Good morning, bro. Good morning, bro. Glad to see you here, as always. Good morning, good morning. Just want me to drop some. That's what I'm feeling too. In my life, I've been transforming on this shamanic journey. I've been learning a particular system, religion, faith, magical formula, nature, understanding what somebody else found success in as a way of life. And I found myself relating to Jesus. I found myself relating to Buddha. I found myself relating to many others, Shiva, and it wasn't that I had necessarily thought that I was them, but I was going through events that were similar of what I read about them. And then I'd read things that they had said that I had thought about without reading before. And so I kept learning and I kept on the journey and I kept seeking, and transformation after transformation after transformation occurred. And throughout all those transformations, that was and is Jacob's ladder of ascension. Learning of the saints, learning of the different seraphim, learning of the Sephiroths, learning of the divine powers, and not just how to imitate them. But in the beginning, it might seem like one is pleasing someone else, like trying to draw a woman to them, bringing all the correct scents and lighting the candles and making the offerings and so forth and so on. Though in that process of devotion, becoming aware of that energy, becoming aware of that presence, becoming aware of the events in life that surround those activities when that energy is within this world. I had done something I haven't really talked about much, but it was during one of the lives, and it was pretty life transforming, and that transformation is where it's at. It's almost like Shiva and Kali came to me to be like, they cracked the shell open, they cracked the egg open, and I was able to really learn that I achieved what I was trying to achieve, and that was crying out to the Divine Mother of the Earth so that people could be brought together like never before, and that I think is very beautiful. Um, Late Minnetonka. Yeah, buddy. All right. Now for those ready to jam. To all the mothers out there, for me, every day's Mother's Day. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the Lord of may we know and with the mighty one shall show. Our guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword. We ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, spread the light into their bars and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwyn Bael. Light the blight, speed darkened night in our right. Zekia Compasiana Compasi, Vigetia Compasi, Vingatana Compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go on, answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. Renosi se chiove was amputura de het kirushan to sirukai korkutishin was maha for a zuki set the doors I bid to with the chuckins nasamen. On Bashir Mataya Suwakum Vajramana Tayasvar Nunani Nudarani Nunan Doom Vamong Shon Shanayan Teria Suwakum Shanaya Yantrayasvaha Ewu Wawi 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 Engon Pram Onjita Prechita Nos Wagonji Trashi Yabara Jibara Nasbaha Rura Rura King on the throne, Chong on Kang Kong, Hong on Chong Shing Chong, on Hayapisha Matayaswa, Gom Hayaba Shamanata Yazva, Zaha, Raymond Kang Kong, Unamakishanam, Namaha Samata Pashanam Ham, who Hahika, who Raymond Kang Kong. Onagana Mayas, Wago Manaya, Yamayazva, String on Konging Grong, on Hiron Kaishira Pathaisuba, Gonjor, the Hitch, no Vigibatis Paha, Nunanina Nunamin and Nav, Kring on Pumpkin Prong, on Gigi Paratayasua, Gomshijai Paratayas Vaha, O logo, on Konging Grong. Unara passionno suvago manaka pari buba pipu bear borg oba pipu bear on the main. Renno si sikio was on putura the head herusha hensuseru kai kori kutijen was maha toratugi was at the tall side if the two who deep chuckins and a saramen. Barshukushu paruru firma akabal mamu la bo pokuken harobo lugarana pariku sharu stan bala saru paprikun beru mosha nebu apurun yukini kankan belu yuku bolo ka egar barishu gila gabolo gilma mashe gures luma babu maruka rahezi kutigi makampa namru pakakalamu yukini kiviranu saju mashanana saronim barmaratu izi mashanana runa aramangi tuku arati kigi guru tizitur Hilman kai college kornene ke yorne beru ke kari nam telaku baru tuku kaku maskar sana sakari masti sharu mala pak ka daglu ka dor mara tar kor bor maru tuku ara kurios sarulu par maskin Putu dari kuking lugar dan makia baru tuku nada lugar dan makia pan rapishu Zaro limuna banar hatu zare masigarano zulomana data bo gipir balai na thara maru daga tuku masamashi sore masano luko sogore masharos siara periku babara zuzukan palu balap to bo raki bo Arking bararimu waru kakurabu ninwam gashti we are Isaro Nofres, whom is found perfect before the Nethanum Sharnu. We had said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, purified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of my suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of my undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of my heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of my body, which I destroy in order that they may be renewed. For I am also triumphant, even also Ronopus, the justified one. I am he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nephilim Devkamiel Shetnu. I am the Lord of life, I am triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with me shall arise. I am the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. I am the purified. I stand upon the multiverse. I am in circumcision with the eternal Nephilim Devkamiel Shetnu. I am the perfecter of matter, and without me the multiverse is not. Hail to Huri, making victorious assault over his enemies, on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jed. Salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes as to Huri, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. As to Huri Samakarar, Osar Arkeftak Wienable, Oin Arit Sotsabo, Herupune, Tentukapan, Nevertishar, Garkuien, so Hojarm Jajer, through a Nesraktenetef Netari, Tam to Urti, to Arni, to Netar Payabarni, to Abarni, to Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Aru's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. God is Kenemet on Ket, whom loves us. Protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Ronopus will confirm. Lady Olset and Neb also Abi shining bright. Support our Merkava, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkava to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness to divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Liliki menu skiri staksar et pertu martikuri torni shalibi alua mesh ikan mesh and shari lu sayansa yamila or tautu mukjerisha. Isa ya riega biasha biasha zilika tupiara plaka isa ya riega limutiku mutima kutri lidel shabiye ina zumriya isa ye ina zumriya riega ina zumriya biasha ina zumriya zilika ina zumriya tupiara ina zumriya plaka ina zumriya la tatara ina zumbriyata teksi ina zumbriyata karuba ina zumbriyata sanika ni shamash kapulu tam tunu ni shan kibel kimrilu tam tunu ni shin madu mash alani lu tam tunu ni shki bar kam tunu tam tunu ni na zumbriyali tam sama ya run and i bar ni bar perik ba perik ba kabor ba kabor Wakabae, ba perik, nanu, abarun en ya, karbor ya, erin ba agora, ki ya santu, ki ya soru, ki katulu, ya. Shrim hrim hrim vashwapur kanye, hrim hrim vatsvaha, shrim hrim 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 vashwapur kanye, hrim hrim vatsvaha, shrim hrim 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 vashwapur kanye, hrim hrim vatsvaha, shrim hrim hrim vashwapur kanye, hrim hrim vatsvaha, shrim hrim vashwapur kanye, hrim hrim vatsvaha, shrim hrim vashwapur kanye, hrim hrim vatsvaha, Om Hrim Shrim 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 Hrim Shri Hrim Hrim Swaha Anushu Bamgi Kasu Kisha Keka Koshaka Sisar Mara Yadin Guru Klam Snikudin Katina Kuriuna Sraninku Kariasha Shudmur Kutu Zian Kampasi Kia Kampakalu Bara Nantar Bara Shak Bara Gigim Bara Halal Bara Telol Bara Maskim Bara Utuk Bara Yipa Bara Alatu Bara Lasu Bara Koru Bara Uruku Bara Gegol Bara Elitu bara utuk soledin nazu lala soledin nazu gegim soledin nazu mulau soledin nazu tinggi soledin nazu maskim soledin nazu para hedin nazu siang kapasi kia kempa musik sikat bara yeni nagi sasur kisnu orma sikat dia bara ye sikat sumar par naik si syar masih karam saya ini dari syarki urfu akbar tegu Diaram dea sabi tolmanda yaman dia warti Nyariana saji siari sana sani visi kior parmakolo kura lapan Kari di hari haran maya paputur sang kagara namaskaran mantra Hram mitra yart namha hrim rabar yart namha hrum siya yart namha hrim bernap yart namha hrom kukari yart namha hrom pusner namha hrom hereng berhari yart namha hrim marikari yart namha hrum marikari yart namha hrim sabitri namha hrom marikari yart namha hrom puskar namha hrom hrim rasri prosori yana yart namha parasi ayasha sama sekali ini kerban dene ayo pres malam dia Tesos tesam kajaya arte ong krang kring hong heng ong herua sor hong kring bang Shimasha kashapia epi shabush epi stia kimati nor kutoshia mali shuru li surbu rata toku epi tashunu kima mena dui nati kiri tu shunu li mutu mana kulu pli shunulini shunumana kulu dini shunuliki shunumana kulu tari tiarama shaluti shakar shakti sharushi yarpushi shurpi yarki shurpu yushi dingar koko sharba kampambang Bicara gibil kasu mana yang duduk tushte shirarani or marki ispari yazi dingar kara kampahin ki moru person toki shabu banana shabtor gana ispar bagi bil bagi arasi kaka kampaka kamarlul no Sharium Luli Tractum Kunushi Shariulia Korbushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli that Kunushi Sharu Ulini Kunushi Shariuli Nat Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariu Danu Alikununi Kutinazumri Alura Sama Adamasaratu Masarati Sharmushi Chururi Shalim Nuklis Zare Mayani Raputi Shimaya Davarti Tina Wati Rossi Kunushi Wani Mushi Masarati Baits Masaratu Yamasaratu Yara Borgoni Shumaskori Yamasaratu Yakampa Pargolo Monetki Ashatapa Ramasaratu Bara Vishum Kindisnari Vietnam Home Sam Kumbera Yakam how to Mutaf Kuberat Nebo Kor Hutep Rompri Vidatu Pumita Viametantu Mutaf Nukse Keru Mediakina Netep Asoran Tari Neketa Sukorea Kerte Semsor Mersiri Utuk Sutrata Isana om hamit sanar yar nam haom yam dry yar nam ha kopstop and drom tejo sato na yameram kopstop nukseke satana om sex temta ke suexa kakarte arane kalbe tane ke sari serte saruna paik markola kudulu tata raga niom namanari yer nam ha Umam yama yar nam ha hapi yama uma sarat sare yama tan hapi no kapi sa ke sara na om sex temta ke suexa kakarte Arane kabek ta karta nanek tetkerta mor mortuia luia lelean ginari tiarak sasong somrak sasar yatnamha pam parunar yatnamha inset paruna bau datu sermalaya metan inset inset sekisar nam seksun saruna pai inset sarutu ni kupetea ramau tun trota subsitingana na kamasi tinggar kia kupasam teu payom yam payor yatnamha marsiri morkwa bolulu marmatu sitingana na kamasi tinggar kia kumpa untuk surat terkeluar asakuti takalaya nuya velia ngai sabeo prim pramar niat namaha pramar lembu mahar maksara tu protes saya mereka pranupa kapar kapru nabem kapras kapar parambra balulu asakuti takala dan strate lembu mahar sata tiu sarmas pate mo kita tetap saya kesetuju dan beradu dan sulit neter Om Hrim Hram Suyat Yat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangari Yat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Bamburiyat Namaha, Om Hrim Bambuspatiyat Namaha, Om Hrim Shrim Shukrayat Namaha, Om Hrim Shrim Shamshanachariyat Namaha, Om Hrim Hrim Robert Namaha, Om Hrim Hrim Ketubert Namaha, Japkusum Som Karsham Kishar Peyam Mahadai, Tamurim Sarvapapatnam, Pranatismin Divakaram Dari Shankar Tushar Bom, Kishor Ordanava, Sambhavam Namami Shasharam Sumam Shambur Mugur Tapu Shardam Taraning Gamba Samputam Ketu Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamamiam Preyangu Hariki Sharmam Luperna Pratimam Purham Sumyam Kurupetam Tampurham Pranamamiam Devanan Rishirna Ham Chakurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Putam Location Tam Namani Priyaspati Himakuntam Rina Halabam de Yarnam Paramam Koram Sarva Sastra Pravataram Barkapam Pranamamiam Nyanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagora Shamchacharya Matanta Sambur Tam Tam Namami Shana Saram Karya Mahabharya Chandra Bikabi Martanam Snika Garbasam Putam Tamra Hum Pranam Mamihama Palasha Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Graham Masakam Rorom Rorom Makam Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamamihamam Pramam Morari Tripanakari Banusha Shipumi Suta Purasha Purusha Suprashana Yurevu Ketu Sarva Graham Masupra Partam Kuruman Shanti 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 Om Bor Soparam Tatsavitor Variam Barkulwatsia Dir Mahidiono Prachodaya on Tatswaha, Hariam Tatswaha, Nansin, Yanam Rasitia, Siniana Basamangana Saya, Kampa Magavati, Nana Kampa, Mashrita Nanazia, Kampaya, Magia, Sagastia, Nakia, Stakawish, Nabogurios, Morcurios, Yastrotu, Yanka, Juya, Zirna, Morzosi, Fortnis, Kampa, As Hakasher, Kalas Kampa, Nabo Sataratus Kampa, Yagashi, Asia, Kulomani, Yashia Makari. Bari Yarnana Yashaba Machaka Shakaren Yaramilo Yakstar Kanpa Inanas Yarma Kampapi Zarma Kapaya Base Yoralur Shmashuhudu Tur Yar Razolur Zakatamani Yatareya Partala Kamari Yakanpasi Yarudu Yakampasi Yarustu Yakampasi Shraja Rakuji Beru Kampa Yashra Kampayano Gormasabaru nor Komasabaru Yano Gorm Masabaru Yana Goria Yazin Kakampa Yazin Kyatni Yakampa Yakatalamakia Tara Kampa Maru Zagara Yagaria Makabor Yamuruku Yatuku Sorim Sugorim Sarim Chagorim Aksana Kana Beluku Nini Kamanu Yartu Yandara Isi Beazi Bartu Belgu Belgeriku Baga Kampa Delzi Exag Badbazag Baron Luis Nushu Bangi Absuki Sharkika Gorsha Desha Sharamara Yari Guru Karamasni Kudin Karnina Kuriu Natrani Kukariash Kutu Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Rame Mano Rame Sasturnan Taturian Ram Naham Paranarne Umbenea Kariandam Makaran Haria Verhamaria Bakratundari Terna Hitano Danti Prachudaya Bakratunda Mahakaria Sohil Korti Samaprava Neor Koinam Kume Deva Sarva Koryesu Sarvara Om Maharaja Vashosi Savarashar Vashahum Ho Ganesh Pranam Charinti Varinyam Ho Namhapur Om Hrim Shrim Mim Gloom Mim Namo Bhagavati Vartari Varhi Varhomuki Antantini Namha Runtantini Namha Jambini Namha Mohini Namha Sambini Namha Sarvadishta Padusharam Sarvesvaram Sarva Sida Saktor Bukati Juvasampanam Kurukuru Sikuram Vasyam Mim Gloom Tai Tahat Masrai Tahat Swaha Mani Mamane Shira Sharita Shami Shavitai Santa Mukuda Pishavia Shaya Shaya Ginisinti Shavitarani Yorogia Bashani Epita Ventarne Epitata Nara Shudai Kurim Kurea Radi Shigasha Sami Bori Pikarichi Tarum Haru Sherte Sojano Kushana Bashi Shudai Matara Shana Uro Kai Shara Shata Yaramaro Manaya Talia Sarada Makare Sare Pimeke Area Neta Hate Chineri Chiari Naratona Sana Bikuna Beatina Kori Kadani Sanari Matuichi Kori Botishani Achi Devi 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 Roke 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 Taki 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 Toki Toki Atana Tana 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 Kushare Tana Shurade Shurade Shurada Hachi Burasene Sarupata Bata Tani Sarupapa Shabatani Shubatani so you have shiny so you Nikarani so you have your right head Sugatora Sarubasuyu Nikiara and I Sarubasaru Mosharete Sarubasaru the Kyo Sharaya to the Shirikari Anya Mane Mane Momane Sirikari de Samasamita Besanta Muktamuki Tam Sama Besam Jaya Sayak Sayak Sires Sante Samita Rani Loki Besaripete Sarini Hidu of Intarini Viste Abintari Parisuri Kulim Kulea Padade Sukai Samasan Beruki the Taramopariki Samgan Korsani Nikori by Sultani Montrosiate Rut Sala Riaksaya Ksaya Barkaya Baku the Baldraman in the Tayas Haj Balam Haj Balu Bigitu Kimukia Notinovati Tini Pitini Septini Nativani Nativati Spa today not today but not today and Nari Kunadi Spa Gari Kadari Yamutani Pukasi Sakuli Brusali Sisi Spa Itimi Ruha Spa Rana Dana Patana Patani Dana Kusala Dana Sarhari Sarhada Padi Puda Pachani Sabatani Apatani Samatani Samaparixita Samgane Kotak Damaparixita Sabasatu Sukulana Gar, they say maybe Ranubati Batani Patalis Baha Sasik Sahu, Wong Hong Shang, Ong Hong Shang, Ong Hong Shang, Ong Tong, Gosh, Walking so, Ong King, Gong Sor, Ong King, Mong Hong Shang. Ong Hong Sham, Ong Hong Shling, Haring Ara, Ring, Ong Kerwasar, Hara, Ong Bam Doom, Ong Cranking, Ong Pumping, Ong Cranking, Ong Cranking, Ong Cranking, Ong Function, Ong Pumping, Ong Something, Ong Cranking, Ong Something, Ong Kring, Bam Doom, Something, Gong Sor, Ong Shling, Gong, Shling, Ring Ara, Ong Herwasor, Ong King So, Ong King, the Boom. Danich Nora and Pajoratu Famushuku Naira Maxaki Humushu Nora Mamtasan Baba Tramida Nora Omatat Teja Harahu Koko Shushu Nora Omamui Serayo Hushin Hora Huru Kadali Matagis Pahabo Shirabosu Namo Bagabarta Sayo Rodus Porus Valates Saru Panasor Vatas Bahasor Kanjis Ibosu Omoro Weeks Baha Daisy Shibosu some Tramchasas Baha Terobosus Nama Samatabo Haram Kuruna were Bade Taratani is Baha Central Sunday and Kanjis Ibosu Umbasho Armati Marto Kanjis Ibosu Mountain Babu Humpats Baha George and Kanjis Ibosu Mahakuruna Kais Baha Jundan Kanjis Ibosu Harakoli Konis Baha Northern Kanjis Ibosu Parne Sermali Swallow Concurs Sato Umbashra Satbahar Hanya Bosum Rishari Shuta Pishari Swaha Poja Bosum Samyas Monjo Bosum Manamakam Romo Meru Bosu Matres Vahajis Bosu Haha Besmani Swaha Kokoro Bosu Namo Karska Pario Malika Maria Mulis Vahani Koro Bosu Yudotas Vaha Kakoro Bosu Kamar Paris Vaha Drum my own Namas Matavashanam Kanamor Salas Otaria Tratam goes on to my own soon Pani Son Papum Shashra Hum Parikun Tarik my own Matra Hum Pat Taito my own Srikal Rupa whom comes Baha Concoria show my own Pashria Sohu Mice my own Maragar Voshri Snisa Pashasapa Pum Jam Shupo Jaco my own Maror Swaha Son Pukochiro Kapai Swaha Concor Sound Convinum Shrak Salam Shahum Swaha Sinishidoji of Tarasis Swaha Chico Kutum Tarasara Pramarana Swaha so Chotanum Viro Paxanax Patais Baha Como Kutrum Viro Paxanax Patais Baha Tomotanum Pistropanis Baha Bensitinum Satisfactis Baha De Kukutanum Halkararis Baha Kichi Jotanum Halsrias Baha Kiri Taimum Durmali Haritis Baha Taikini Tinomrias Baha Marichitinum Marcis Baha Daishu Conkitinum Hikaums Baha Om Trambakaman says Yusagam de Sugum de Pusti Barharam or Baruba, Niva Banathum, Yormuk Sheria Ternam Harim, Hum, Chum, Mahu, Tirike, Hrim, Shim, Shum, Krom, Kuchika, Krom, Hum, Amrea, Triforan, what is Sikin like Ray, Om Shukrayatnam Hom Shum Shrim Hrim Om Basramadehi Sukrayasvaha Om Anarkariyatnam Hom Arsariyatnam Hom Agarariyatnam Hom Kribukarariyatnam Hom Amivir Kamarayatnam Hom Animisitarayatnam Om Aravantariyatnam Hom Vedukopariyatnam Hom Vishnu Priyayatnam Hom Tarusuyayatnam Om Vitar Marianam Hom Visparariyatam Hom Sasariyatam Hom Satrusariyanam Hom Sapalamantitariyatam Om Parahati Nurkarayine Nam Hom Amitikarariyatam Hom Akarapasa Pariyatam Om Mahara Pisutyayatam Hom Karura Pariyariyatam Om Valayayatnam Hom Vasukariyatam Hom Varaparayakariyatam Hom Vanakarariyatam Om Vamsavaraniyatam Hom Vasuvarsataniyatam Om Varavasitariyatam Hom Vipapseratayinam Hom Tvedi Kamariyatam Hom Tamorupariyatam Hom Darpikariyatam Hom Darindarariyatam Om Kasaparamarashayatam Hom Kalarupariyatam Hom Yukarapariyatam Om Yukanadariyatam Hom Rasvimatariyatam Hom Ramakatrayatam Hom Kasupapiriyatam Om Visvamparariyatam Hom Sakarparaniyatam Hom Sakarpalariyatam Hom Sambupriyatam Hom Saranariyatam Om Pakasarasatam Hom Paparasariyatam Hom Paramatariyatam Hom Panakarariyatam Om Pakimsyayatam Hom Parkaparskariyatam Hom Parusarasatam Hom Paryapartaniyatam Om Pavispasariyatam Hom Sakariyatam Om Lokotrisariyatam Hom Sivariyatam Hom Varavariyatam Hom Panariyatam Hom Punyayatam Hom Punyakatariyatam Hom Parasariyatam Hom Parakariyatam Hom Niskarariyatam Hom Parapariyatam Om Karikariyatam Hom Satariyatam Hom Satariyatam Hom Tatariyatam Hom Ariyamantaniyam Om Savpujayatam Hom Savkarariyatam Hom Nerasarayatam Hom Naranjanayatam Om Evatariyatam Hom Saranayatam Hom Savarayakariyatam Om Dharanjayatam Hom Avatariyatam Hom Paratupariyatam Om Tamoharayatam Hom Yogisvarayatam Hom Kalarayatam Hom Parariyatam Hom Brahmakarinam Om Sakaratakarayatam Hom Chitukurahayatam Hom Jivariyatam Hom Jayadariyatam Hom Japapriyayatam Hom Visvarupariyatam Hom Virustudariyatam Om Virina Samtujayatam Hom Saraya Pratariyatam Hom Pranadariyatam Om Radhavisvusariyatam Hom Vishankariyatam Hom Payurupariyatam Hom Sarisupariyatam Om Sakala Rupariyatam Hom Karabusupariyatam Hom Marapapitariyatam Hom Surum Paramariyakariyatam Om Pariyaravi Pusariyatam Hom Nagidrayatam Vinayogoma Susariti Putrika Mantras Kisyapa Pramaresi Prati Chana Sariti Putrika Devarta Umbisham Swahasati Partilakam Sariti Putrika Prijapam Chapedani Yoga Sarina Sakomis Kasyapa Pramara Sartam Hasarasi Prati Chana Sanam Hamuke Sariti Putrika Devata Yagnam Ha Rebi Umbisha Yagnam Ha Kuriya Swahasatari Yagnam Ha Pariyo Patyakari Yagnam Ha Napovani Yoga Yagnam Ha Sapangiti Sarines Kromugus Yam Nam Ha Rim Kajani Yam Nam Ha Amariyam Yam Nam Ha Maramiyam Nam Ha Rim Kansi Yam Nam Ha Krom Kara Prasap Yam Nam Ha Iti Karani Yasa Krom Hare Yatam Ha Rim So Bisis Rasis Vaham Sikaya Pasaram Kapaki Hum Nimitri Yoposot Kromos Raya Pati Sanangani Sumbu Surmi Yarti Panatayan Kitriki Matevi Regiskadis for the Pili Pati Hibara Surbom Changmi on Prike Miki Garam Sumar Pami Amak Sabiki Pushpa Pishamiam Paiparmiki Yamukarapi Piamiram Amnarmikayam Tirsam Tazamni Pam Amtarmikay Mahama Yam Yam Kayami Sumsabamikay Sum Jam Smart Pami Japamalamatro Mama Male Mahamaria Sobres Sarmacho Sovrupini Kodaboria Sanyasa Sasmani City Papa Guru Mantrum Rim Sida Guru President Primo Triti Petrika Mantrum Krum Primam Dorge Rime Yeva Saya Versay Rim Dorge Amrim Krumum Humpas Hasanagan Kromare Yatam Harim so pieces Swaha Amsikaya Pasaram Kavakaya Hum Nimitri Yoposo Chromostoya Pati Saranganes Books Ropiarti Vimukadayaram Tibeturki Mahdeviria Skagis for the Pini Departed Vitehi Parasurvam Chagmim Compusham Plike Maika Yakaram Sumna Pamia Mokasamiki Pushpa Pishamiam by Parmika Yamam Karapiam Yaramantamiki Diram to Shamiam by the Parmiki of Pramahneviarium Niveliam Isum Sovramiki Sum Karapujam Sumar Pami Sumar Panam Buyat Hill 3 from Granos Makrapam Chapam Serio Papatume Devi Prap Saran Maister Raja Pamatala Malama Tromom Pam Malay Sapa Devama Priti de Supapa Pasupam Kurushimi Batro Yasoviariam Kadehini Ring Siedia Namaha. Oman Bram Rahar Martinarum Serharie Bramim Partum Vera Manarie Ver Maheranya Garbaria Ter Mahitan Brahma Prachudayat Jator Mukarye Vir Mahemas Rotaria Ter Mahitano Brahma Prachudayat Mim Rim Shrim Krim Sosa Chek Bamprama Brahma Jachinanam Pratarma Prusarvihi Mata Porshu Vervaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Mahaswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Shri Shri Kurve Namaha Ushatna Pet Pet Vidyam Kaitina Hohor Rati Apim Ken Boset Kesu Dunes or Korti Raha Pasti Taratuyonam Snefurnam Besait Namaha Tenmi Usarti Turtuar Menti Martu Hararush Karmiusha Karune Kenush Karmetiana Debet Sara Karune Peruse Kriuna Babuena Kentim Zapuari Yamapa I who track a heat and have called him the purchase or tap on F hit Chabu. Från prem då sivo sifro riti venke storpen ker moda mark serche per piga trondor tormenia o moskara tonskor beapeo do fin fregle worden fregerta fregbek kente turkizo chiste hengesi gors days verk både brain fjorti kor frurti frufil vi kervis karpier sigi her lotion skjor för leif skjor lung skjor fi sig men yen skap ju och på heran med korn kusen kuroski orni di fri Sfjärdas vid Grevier Fjornir Hebkelmius Volkuntra Fjorn Fimotur Salidor Hris Vid Lepter Gjur Morsvel Niflheim Elver Gar Gingo Kalki Mer och Elmer och Dulma Bori Bo Bästa Ordin Vilje Sur Mungan Berkelmer Osvi Vesti Nudri Sudri Nilgård Asator Norfi Night Sleipner Nagla Far Orunär Jodelen Hasser Teisken Faxi Rim Faxi Mundier Dar Dividune Solvor Bakors Fins Bier Hyuki Bergier Serixi Mu Ver finns så här från Sivion Victory där på Gretchen Finkor Mosorsniga Torin Naineti Nordri Sudri Stripistri Aterov Borvin Nordnen Nervin Denbi för Borfor Bombor Nori Uri och Nor och en morgar nervi Kanto Findof Torn Tillräckligt Formin Väl Troin wir neer na de rijkraadsvindrol neer tot svari hoor holstari heri of gloin dori ori du van vari heti fili horsier jo vel hier lo for stier pier skat fin ai orking vi erking skarti voor Fusi fin noria gresier weer vertendi skorbri daar Geringer hivning die våg vara skerp, skredskerp, himle och fem adling vedblin rasvärd svasfod braslig, filoni finns bova saras nio rotin fri, loki. Omyasharya Kuberarya Vishwavarnarya Taradarnya Dipatarya Taradarnya Samuri Derita Paryasvaha Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Perishvararya Namha Shrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kuberarya Shalakshmi Mama Grihedarnam Porarya Namha Shrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sahaswaha Hrim Yakshariya Kuberarya Vishwavarnarya Dana Akarshanarya Sarvaruka Vasikararya Tanatanya Haripatatya Tanatanya Samruderner Darita Patyaswaha Hrim Shrim Kumbera Yatnam Home Acharya Rajada Vermari Yata Ketasarya Dermahitana Kumbera Prachurayat Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Shulu Yasha Yasha Mana Yasha Sarva Satsum Samhara Samhara Kishimalapam Kuru Kuru Shukra Hamum Hatspaha Arunam Kurunan Terangi Takshin Tutapashan Kush Shapush Paparna Chapamariti Pioravruta Mayukara Hamid Yer Babi Paparia Paparnim Shrimara Shrimaharagni Shrimara Senes Shanes Varli Chetagni Konas Buddha Devakarya Samuriata Oria Parusa Surapa Chaturpa Usaman Vita Rageshwarupa Pashatya Krura Kuno Kushushwala Rupishu Vardana Pajantan Matrasaya Kanisha Runo Prabhapura Majara Brahmarinda Shorishvad Lavrama Rupishu Vardana Pajantan Matrasaya Kanisha Runo Prabhapura Majar Brahmanda Manatala Ashtam Chandra Viprasha Darikastala Shobhita Mukha Chandra Kalanka Pambruka Narti Vishisha Karavaran Nasmaramankarya Kruhadwara Charika Bhakta Lakshmi Parivaha Chalan Minara Palo Charna Navachambaka Pushpa Nana Sadaranda Garajita Tadakati Tadaskarina Sambarana Basura Kadabana Manchari Kluta Kanapura Manohara Tatanka Yukari Puta Tapanon Rupan Mankala Padma Ragashira Tasha Paripavi Palobu Napavitruma Pambashina Koriorana Charha Inginer Helgrain Hogno Omnazi Ores Ordi Evermo Ogio Otur Os Orti Umarkitais Fenotomeo Evermartial Skier Papina Ejum Spipika Loher Garken Germeri or Mirni Norcohem Dalverio Forbo Advertorjo Bonspioso Ferrabos Forms of Mon Egmont Jokno or Borno Force Forbum Mek for Hortu Nior Mac Haiman Niori Verbi Mark Bemel Ren Permur Nepan or Vasorta Borsia Merk Big Bosses and their near Nes Wolo near Jopons Erbana Hopimin Vasculunica Engras Vergi or Borsi near Borsboom of the Arbu Beares Mim Gorme Ranskor or Scan Surana Salas Terna Papos Kurun Bloki Sor Popsunan Senemana Henry or Giri Home Hemem Jorbu Sorni we see a borsali harti marnine we see a barning gentarti Sorsnone we see a borsa big tu can you regin kudo stola getting go kopo bat gatus no kovni john no kuno kopu morkin hetu or min jan dankar tono kaptan chromatil johitos asier al eber verri bersor kor hop hoton topu Aglalo bu orbs me bu attalbo matanies corpur tortior blu que blui torni tier door groep voor beim veterkis van door koelie onze prayer wordt moe porsemeen jorga mort kor moch or jonton haimum kinjin religion quello rook stolen getting group kopa party kotux eversketi voor kuro joltovski jo prims proprio prims legium in Bierbos Motsorchnia Matsiero vor Pinbergo Roen Dorina Norbermen Likin Mogum Gorbru Borgor Ijor Bru Shem Dorin Zagbi Kon Grover Goria Bor Vikinga Nior Esbos Tier Mes Fero Horki Petir Bujmok no Blunko Heaven Nor Vinolo Colum. Namelijk Jamrois von Luargor Jumrois Pret Kerwin Martin Embrace Mara Urch Eta Terra Tur Mogo Terra Pix Obnista Tetor Run Terra Ton Pregater Run Egala Di Talmala Pentot Resendin Dors Rig War Florid Don Ose Red Esser Fair to Fair Echelon Mon Crompo Run Comfort alle punt doors en geen doors your rig wars voor wie loon also red SFR to firm actually mon crompo loon Rose way Rose square lace or we could be what we're prayer or weed a rose consent difficile to stroke or romprenis ni sipenitus cornies veri viene de solentolo se corniendo minesar pensar visete narvis cois non de vislies sed possibly was de vestigare dominendos omnipotens rexergium et dominos dominatium in quorius manuum nis victoria constitet omnibus contributor pro corporis meo visio vir Rom feminsta mego posea roli montetoris magnificentis ad parin macum heller waarin heller waarin heller waarin mag saxum rumen borsum homo parum dae tu volumen quartum draconis en dimon tortur fin neer tolgon dir niman kasher de en sher tormoko somok samus ara sharmos hayon no tro ut vos per tuto sveld din en Israel gosrin pesu din netruajon jusik brujarare mer peluship se kapukin jarar katem seb nebs henuim antikin jepim yordu nem se kom mahari basharab neb karaja zarami neb shabara jarab zapotem sutin henen mekin nar kapreset heset babrem neb kmanu top neb lu neb se kompetem tash aru neb hayan toyem bua war teben senu seru podnet trus min mahat toy ta sahar nestet anatep gemaru mutep nuta pepe kassen neferrat mit het se sharabut me hit about at hart na hamo I part up set na totet kin pet hart met hit hart dem kin wat ik nu shepes dat kin die me hi hab androya shaps kin nu asing die me hi hab shurti shoot you a paparem pev korutar ma karo menan pet up shere ari besar happy ki masa happy sar po happy ek na ma horingen from han heb got op een dramarie korse ke drama kurti heru time heru ne swate peperu a heru menenu heru tar heru menan pu heru heru soisar tepioi get ka get kanetis man de ver hot get kinder benu smamor pet get kat pet sesum to ois or a real sepe bekerev seri keru semet kerum koris krine surt met tus mi ketu tu osek kunles in se het swate pake rade paren kenet sem kentu adi chutem shutes protectant hui ari tenumena sene warap ken pet mudapi do option ken murak buapap setu apne ketun kin her ke bauset ne buramin in helsun pet nenen on chere get to agit mar second on pet tak chetut te chatata buapa second pet spim toy haren apu am ut ken se het de bio papua me het second resu second toy hebben en bini tet segment bas ken be pastet par bas du aset hu was segment Parare has had the bush or the sort of gini heading the alcus at our marcos as I can men sermented sweet to take a music who supports to be miscarried sermented sermare serhapet serhe medu second the matter picture fintiam capet to the horror the mother test the popperem kes su was as cortiation from subs and pump secuna mahar academy attitude of menti man peri seru kemisha keru against our keru basti high five tare kermetian to pet nebras like number boy tim separi mabab a hiu tu raki ne nefer ne heb khoshes of kapana ne mahat heri kapratu yef ne petita sumen men tu nut se kapu chi sher se keta put er mont hoy subu kota hemo ta shas mu ko remi she peta sol nen ken ne torren kapik ibren ne tor kremis tu market ne be tu rem kremet tu ne per tu trom sushi shuarti a karancha chara tu arten te ne het also velen yem saneni sal sujek en excelente kui koi rsuja kes as kim curry poi shari wa makri bu all shari shen en mi yati set un mit vai ti tu abe tu nu all tu nu ke no am sek me one ni for bet if me tu an sak ya per tu sek na sek ya ti ek ne te tu arti wa ram sek tu an ko mon pu short tu ne tu ramen het nu ken pu am ne pu song ke ti ka tu ta tek na ni pu por am mi so tek sur ti anu ta tek man ni pu am tan ka se sanani fu you abudi keten mahatin japan hene hari jajata jesori mo hota temiti ko krema marut anke kendat into web senati to meri except you can had an eberanti wami to one pet you been mahatro mi ta det neferet woman he total set the tep nari mahat and cabinet and has you horek nu penet and teret perin churches meri you on kem hota nepora dosep setem so ek mo mekanari nu so es wa breka prem kemut nesen nefertem ik heb het in mando resek nefer tepe netroyen doi dapat rim shisheni af chakai kama tu akut sejak toyib satu teman na perlu yo seperti hotel yo seperti hotel tempat masih tempat YouTube view amat protection nunu tek neutron nunu kuna para nunu tapun nunu kisini apara kudri unia samorami mo pai manoi ten kapernamen mo tar arial hotel tom se kapram te watam jare tulan yo ro ke musik ko shomo hare te krishu bari ko te ara shu par kem ne ketem rakke so sakra katak nu te ko ne per nu te ku atara ang pare ko tuaya kunu tam maki ko sno po ajek toya kromo chu tu na priya somatu nu pe mai huru de maname su pa him su en petre sex na tek na ri saptetem so kapran ku kapra on taram sanaki di ku amaka ru kapran nu me se su kinu duai param kem mutap ne abu na dirty em kasu di selenek ya u banek sen hen ne kai mo hoit ne tri kim se kmini na tromi he as what hen you shake shuri ni sun skiere al ka main jatu ne tri won he utetu mazuja tu pejaraya no ne pejaraya nu gap kapron ron tora rara fatu maman masaru du wasaten tur meri uet ne kalene shra kurash ro kuki ari tes kamamun ne kin sakru tapem tafu mutu mutu na pro son na tron ne mare kan krone bu pesare kai ne kami shere e kep na truja ne bu joy kara ne shepe krab kin karek ne mare ko to pius ko kapte ko tapinal was up tam ne fru wekin enju di was ari was ho tapene pe was ya was ne so was ma sam shesa ma nuren pesar na sara fini sekron else gore no sa ru radi sorbet ha po shabat was ari ni else ya ro am sak nu pu kapram kapri kaparna kapru ne bem ke kaprash kapram param brau nu tram pam yes una antena ten bansan ke bayarta urwaten ban ke bayarta into doi setos so be kukar kapi mimi yartu ai du tu tarari tarasabi watu nai en kabae porsiona corunani opportunity of os uoma horsi jabua scampin su di so karenem parenem kiu se karke kotin shajar tu amu petim toim ne to katanat kamaru amu nepsen strone mega katene boru aso rusham su amu ametem sikete amerikana uru amu nepsen through neb samra sikenen kwado kwa khai kwa bai kwa sikene kan ke karen he wa back am net ru samra sikene horror pet kat shmonen shiar bai kor soti kai biar ken kara per ken warten ban kai biar tek magna tru ane he shishab ane shrain na besh shabat ke diar ane ke kun shamon hem shishamen dik you het sin sikarna shami tu ana me ke you has sana ha ke be a ke bi en menor du sinum kaisen ane sepra king in al kara pa ku atak na shar wor ko por ai ko para me ken peten sunen set nuna dat speki po meki memo kor ke suot tapatek ni shu net to ni en piati di panedi wo panapani na tru em saras tabrake and head to a new diep sumuni 4 months ago sanata mefsin jaran jaram office kana pesop hot pepe sorsa pesani na kabru wasan so indem haya kipem hot tundra por enchu nu tap to ni et piati di ap na fran trui mes poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer the heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads it downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zipin Gerkia Kampa, Zindigarana Kampa. Newt Gibbs, Newt. Kepra, ra, tomato, kansu. Arsemitoki shabu banana shamtolina, hi arsemitoki shabu banana shamtolina, hi arsemitoki shabu banana shamtolina, hi abra. from Australia. Now that is cool. Oh, from the UK. That's pretty awesome. I appreciate it. I actually got a pretty good book indeed. That's acceptable. It goes in talking about the Divine Mother. Just give me a moment here. And today, somebody asked, what's my religion? When my mom was alive, she had wound up getting cancer. And ultimately, we know that her life was limited. Her lifetime was limited. I was a Jehovah's Witness back in those days. I'm not anymore, obviously. So I decided to start honoring Mother's Day every single day of the year because they said we couldn't celebrate holidays. So if I took the values of Mother's Day and I honored those values every single day, then I would get around what they were telling me I couldn't do. And I could cherish my mother every single day of my life. So this book I've got, normally I'm reading from an actual book. And this one is very, 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 very worth sharing. That is definitely for sure. I'm just checking a couple of things here. Yeah, my room is quite full of a whole lot of things. One thing that I constantly talk about is life. And other people may make bad decisions. Other people may use a faith for different reasons. Though for myself, I have done deep research and I have learned values. One thing that is constantly shared in scriptural sacred text is how people learn of God's way and then generations later they trail off. The children are not holding the values that the parents once held. Not going on anymore. So did that way of living, did those lessons, did those instructions, those ways of the heart, did that counsel, did it become no good? No. The young generation didn't have an experience to relate with of which why it was important to uphold those values. So because somebody has a particular image or an item that might others might associate with in one way, I value the historical relevance. I value the cultural influence, and I believe that God is on the favor of life. If you are praising a God, a creator, if you're praising something like that, then they're on the side of human life, and anybody taking life, bro, that none of us want to have our hands in that basket. None of us want our hands in that basket. And those that do, they dealing with it. And we respect them and thank them for their sacrifices that they do every single day of their life that nobody else wants to even get a touch of it on their finger. Everybody will have different views than you. People will not think how you think. They will not have the values that you've developed. And that's okay. It's nothing to fight with. It's nothing to be upset with. Without the experience, they would have never had the moment. They would have never had that moment anyways. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear me, I beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Rekhet, Lady of Phuket, Lady of Set, Lady of Ra, Saudi, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother in the horizon of heaven, in the boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hestra, deliver us from the abodes of fiends. Lo, thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Netanumdev Kamioshech, you, the gods themselves, Sekhmet, Lady of Flames, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Scorching Eye of Ra, Sekhmet, Protector, Ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name, O reveal thyself to me, Sekhmet, Mother of the Gods, Sekhmet, Mistress of the Crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess me now, O great one, Sekhmet greater than Olset, Sekhmet greater than Hathor, Sekhmet greater than Bast, Sekhmet greater than Mahat. I am the sealed one. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Lady mightier than the gods. Adoration rises unto thee. All beings hail thee. O Lady mightier than the gods. Preserve beyond death that secret name, O being called Sekhmet. Mupashakasa, Mupashakasa, Mupashakasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourselves in vain. I am the one who knows the way in and the way out, the way of the five bodies, as it was in Egypt, but also new knowledge blended with the old to open the fifth way. The book I'm reading opens and serves as a purpose of Sekhmet and of humans. It fulfills the need to multiply the images of Sekhmet all the time. All of the time is to mean nothing more than the flick of a cat's whisker, but now is the time for this work. On the night called Sekhmet, all humans will dream the same dream. Then what do you think they are going to open their eyes to? The cat has been let out of the bag. Humans must now support the new temple of Sekhmet, the fifth way. Then the greatness that once was will become the greatness now. Not the same, but as it should be and must be. Sekhmet does bless this work. And before I read further, Sekhmet is represented in a multitude of cultures and gods and deities and so forth in their own cultures. Each culture has a version of the Divine Mother that is a protectress, one who is going to really assist. And as we're going to get into, we're going to talk about the five divisions of the spirit itself, of the body. What's up? What's up? Hello there, Wilderness Freestylers. That's very awesome from the UK. You know, it's actually is I do actually have Jewish blood, legit Jewish blood in me. Got Cherokee blood in me too. Legitimately have Aztec blood in me too. Spaniard and French, like old school French, you know. Yeah, I got sober fishing. If you would like to join the lives, please send me an email to setra@yahoo.com. The name of the channel, Setra, Setchra, at yahoo.com. Simple, plain, not complicated. I would like to set up having some guests on the show, either people that want to interview me or whatever the case or circumstance. Um, well, Ani is still here. Yeah. And personally, people that say, "Where's the green hat guy?" I take that as disrespectful. I mean, I don't care one way or another, but you don't even remember his name. You don't even remember his name. Just remember an appearance. So a lot of times I'll just wear the same thing over and 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 over. I mean, it's clean. I wash it. I keep up with it. Don't get me wrong. But I will wear the exact same thing for about 2 weeks to about a month. Same style, same, and then I'll change it up. Because people are going to see me every single day and they're not going to remember my name. They're not going to know my name. They're not going to know my worries, my concerns, what I'm dealing with. They don't give a care about none of that squat. But what they will remember is consistency. And then when that consistency breaks, they're like, whoa, what's going on? And they keep following. Not as a follower, but they keep following as in, what's this guy saying? The way of the five bodies. According to an extremely ancient tradition, let's see if I do it this way. According to an extremely ancient tradition, distorted variations of which are part of many religious, spiritual, magical, and occult systems, the human being has five bodies, all interactive, but each one having a dimension or reality in which it lives and functions, and which is of the same substance as the body. These bodies and realms, in order to these bodies and realms, in order of subtly, are the most subtle spiritual body, the Egyptian Sahu, and the increasingly less subtle magical body, the Ku, the shadow, the hadith, and the double, the ka, and the physical body, the all fool. The way of the five bodies requires a consciousness which simultaneously differentiates each of the five, while at the same time all of the five are functionally integrated. There is a metaphysiology and methodology for achieving this ideal, as well as an underlying metaphysic. The way is practical and realizable, although extraordinarily demanding. It can explain much and lead to accomplishments which would otherwise be impossible. If it is humanly valid, then it is not just Egyptian, although its known source is the magical spiritual way of the goddess called Sekhmet by the Egyptians. I will discuss the metaphysics briefly and the metaphysicology, which can be tested in considerably more detail. According to this way, there are two primordial, coexisting, interactive, and absolutely antagonistic realities: cosmos, the powers and principalities of order, and chaos, the disordered powers and principalities. The essentially irreplaceable, the essentially irrepresentable powers are functionally represented by netars, or beings experienced by humans as gods and goddesses, angels and demons, and others known to religion and mythology. These powers, in their principalities and for us, are hierarchical and, in our terms, good or evil. They are locked in a thus far perpetual struggle, each seeking the other's transformation. They are indestructible, but subject to transformation, so that a final resolution would be transforming of chaos into cosmos, or that the cosmos into chaos. Out of this conflict, sometimes called the war in heaven, have arisen intermediate realities, including the human. The whole of reality has substance, but is neither material nor spiritual, and is more or less subtle in varying degrees. Much of it is altogether inaccessible to and unknowable by humans. Some of it can be glimpsed or revealed, but not participated in by human beings. Within an exceedingly narrow sector of the whole reality is the dimension of the humans. The present situation may be very roughly described in the following manner, with references to positioning in space understood as a convenience and not essentially vertical. At the bottom is chaos, a realm of such subtlety that it could, if experienced, be misunderstood as void or non being. Also, darkness. In terms the war in heaven, this realm and existence natural to it are the place and the great gods of evil working with absolute intensity toward the transformation of cosmos into chaos. To human reasoning, the fact of such forces itself implies a kind of order, but that is not true, and the order is a fabrication of minds which cannot grasp the mystery. Primordially contingent to chaos is cosmos, the place and forces of order, good, light, creative harmony, and the cosmic great gods. Implacable as chaos, cosmos unwaveringly and with absolute intensity pursues the goal of transformation. Cosmos and chaos are of the same degree of subtlety, and only their subtle substances is completely and eternally real. Yet it is as if there have come to be any space between cosmos and chaos, dimensions of being which most fundamentally are the arenas of conflict in which the struggles of the forces take place. These arenas and conflicts and combatants have substance of varying degrees of subtlety, but more fundamentally, they are appearances, imaginal constructs. The understanding of them is distorted, however, in some systems, for example, subcategorized, while others lumped together, thus arriving at three, seven, nine, or some other number of bodies in their respective realities. The five human dimensions or worlds are a midpoint between the realities of chaotic matter and evolutionary spirit. The gross material or physical body, or just physical body, the Afu, is the body of anatomy and physiology, and it is what most people think they mean by my body. This body, however, has a brain but no mind, and is therefore not the body of most experience, as will be explained more fully later. The second, more subtle body is the double, the Ka, and it is the body usually experienced by the mind of that body. It is the body image, coinciding more or less with the Alfu, and its sensations also are images, or more precisely, symbolic representations of an imaginal reality, which in many ways, yet which it in many ways distorts. This distortion is recognized by psychology so that some authors speak, for example, of a symbolic coding of the actual reality done by the brain or the brain mind. Quite apart from metaphysics, one can accept that the experience of one's own and other bodies is not immediate, but mediated by the mind and occurs in the mind, or brain if one chooses to regard the mind as a epiphenomenal of the brain. As the cause world is more subtle than the Alphus, similarly, the third body and world of shadow, the Haidit, is more subtle than that of the Ka. This is the reality ordinarily experienced as altogether mental and mostly unconscious. The world, for example, of most dreams and most images experienced in trance and drug states. It can be a world of either the personal or the collective or transpersonal unconscious, a world that is the source of many works of art and which figures also in other sorts of creativity. Many fail to consider that in, say, the dream world, they have a body which is not the body of everyday experience, and that the dream world also is a different reality. The dream body and dream worlds being unfettered by by many of the laws which bind the world of the ordinary waking consciousness, as is true of the Ka and the other subtle bodies. The Haidit is part of and interactive with that constellation of five bodies, which is the human being. Therefore, its experiences can affect the others, particularly those inferior to it in subtly, but the more subtle bodies also. Such interactions are most strikingly apparent in cases where the unconscious is clearly in to experience and work with the realities of both Ku and Sahu. Presently, however, spiritual disciplines largely eschew the magical reality, aiming only at a passive consciousness of the spiritual one, more rarely spiritual work and interactions with the nettars. The limitation is crippling for spiritual development, and the true goal must be complete consciousness. That is, knowledge and use of all five of the bodies and their respective dimensions. Similarly, the magician is crippled if his or her consciousness and work do not extend beyond the Ku. The Sahu is the only human reality which is congenial to the cosmic gods, although such beings may descend all the way into the realm of the Alfu, which, however, is excremental to them. The gods of chaos ordinarily ascend only to the realm of the Ku when a black magic is practiced. However, some of the most potent sometimes invade the Sahu, so that even the holiest of men and women is not secure from them. Also, the most powerful of black magicians can work the meta Mediadolans, representing the the great gods of chaos at this level, thus affecting the most potent evil. Having now, in one possible way, summarized the background against which the human drama is placed, my discussion will hereafter be limited to human realities. The five bodies of man and the dimensions appropriate to each of those bodies, and the functional metaphysiology which can be effectively worked with once their existences have been made known. However, before examining more completely the gross physical body and its place in the metapsychology, something needs to be said about the animation of the body and certain other elements which are required if it is to be human. In addition to the five bodies, the human being has also two spirits. One of these is commonly referred to as the soul, the Ba, and like the bodies, it is an arena in which the great opposing forces contend in a larger way, but also for control of the person's bodies and his or her life. The Ba is imperishable, or almost so, unlike the other spirit, the Sokim, which dies along with the physical body and is a kind of foundation for consciousness, a link between body and mind. At birth, the five bodies and the two spirits coalesce, a process that begins at the moment of conception, but only is completed at the time of the physical birth. Also, at conception, the breath of life, or Sa, must be released and enter in. It is the Sa, or life force, that the gods can draw upon for immortality. When a god chooses to die, they can do so by abstaining from a periodically needed assimilation of the Sa. A human gains access to the Sa by magical means and can use it to extend their own life. And when a human being of special gifts is conceived, one especially destined to serve cosmos or chaos, forces will contend to ensure or to prevent the infusion of Sa, even though that occurs in the breast in the barest instant after fertilization. Cosmos and chaos designate many more such intended children of destiny than ever effectively reached in the world. Either the Sa infusion is blocked, the infant is destroyed in the womb or at birth, or the person may be removed at any time later on, whenever he or she is vulnerable. Despite attempts at protection, it is very rare that such gifted and chosen humans survive. It is very rare that such gifted and chosen humans survive to carry out the work assigned to them. Cosmos and Chaos are equally merciless in their efforts to eliminate the designates, since even one such person can drastically affect the human race. Okay. Well, continuing forward, the imaginal constructs, the functional representations of the essentially. No, I did cover all that. Yep. Okay, I did. Okay, cool. I thought I skipped a page or two. The Alfu, the physical body. The Alfu, as mentioned, is the physical body with its muscles and bones, blood and internal organs, glandular and nervous systems. The body that anatomists and the physiologists describe of itself as a mechanical thing, a machine, which, for all of its awesome potentials, is propelled by mechanical functions, instincts, biological drives, sensations, and a limited number of learned responses and behaviors. It is operated by the brain and nervous system, and for it to exist and be alive, only minimal brain functions and a brain of very small size would be required. The body is human only by virtue of its unnecessarily large and, for it, quite superfluously complex brain, and of course, its links with the four subtler bodies and souls. The Alfu lacks consciousness in any higher sense of the word, and its functioning is meaningful only to the mind of the Ka, which, without special re-education, misinterprets it as its own behaviors, thoughts, and feelings. The Alfu can sense and it feels pain and pleasure, but its sensing and feeling are so distorted by the Ka, which transmutes them into its own images, and their actuality is rarely any major portion of the contents of consciousness. The Alfu is thus falsified by the Ka, which in turn is misled into thinking that it really governs the voluntary functions and actions of the Alfu. This situation can be remedied only if, by appropriate and strenuous means of the Ka, is taught to differentiate itself from the Alfu, and also attains to a sufficiently accurate sensing, internal as well as surface, of the physical body. All of the subtler bodies and their minds have powerful effects upon the Alfu. Their experiences can affect every part of it, and those experiences, when very vivid or prolonged, are not distinguished by the brain from the realities of its own world. The brain then brings about changes in parts and functions of the body as if these were responses to the body's own experiences. The Hayat or shadow, is the only subtle body mind which naturally possesses a good contact with and knowledge of the Alfu, meaning it can positively or negatively affect the physical body and with equal facility. The Ka once had such contact and capacity, but it has long since been lost. The shadow can be understood as being roughly what is usually meant by the unconscious, and appeals can be made to it to alter the Alfu along desired lines. An example of this would be to hypnotize the Ka, so establishing contact with the Hayat and then suggest to it that it utilize its special knowledge in relation to the body to, say, dispose of a wart or a tumor, or to increase or decrease blood flow to a particular part. Most effective hypnosis is a dialogue between the hypnotist and the shadow, aimed at achieving certain changes in the Alfu, the Ka, or the Hadith itself. The mindless Alfu cannot effectively survive in the contemporary world and must minimally be tended and cared for by the Ka, or if the personal Ka is too feeble or deranged, by other persons. However, although it is a machine, even the most ordinary of these has unused potentials which are enormous and far in excess of what can be made use of by even the most developed and most knowledgeable person. Since it is essential to the life of the whole person, reason would dictate that it be well cared for, and efforts made to use it well. However, the Ka and the Hayadit frequently behave towards it as if the Afu were their mortal enemy. Also, if it were unworthy of being brought into the kind of awareness that would allow its potentials to be much better used. The Afu, especially its brain, is the essential foundation upon which rests the structure of the whole person, whatever his or her powers may be. Yet it is always in varying degrees, badly fed, poorly exercised, little known, and inadequately used, while at the same time it is subjected to abuses which, if done to someone else, would constitute torture and deliberate destruction. No human being can be found who dies a natural death in the same sense that his body parts wear out uniformly. The man who dies naturally is self destroyed, killing himself by means of barely conscious behaviors, which are largely products of unconscious processes and human forces. The ancient Egyptians are depicted in the as depicted in the paintings and sculptures are the only known civilized people displaying an adequate knowledge of the regard for the healthy and well functioning physical body. The bodies they almost universally depict are graceful and light. This is an older book, so new books have come out, new things have been found, so don't don't get stuck there. Well positioned in gravity, able to make use of directed energies, which give access to strength in the absence of excessive muscular development. Obviously, the body image is intact. Awareness of body mechanics is present, and mind and body are in harmonious, mutually supportive interaction. Already with the Greeks and in the ancient Far East, although to a lesser degree, art tells us that some of these elements were lost or were never present in the first place. With the Egyptians, the Ofu and Ka are differentiated in awareness, integrated in function. Moreover, with them the Hadith was in a superior, though far from perfected relation to both Ofu and Ka, and to this the knowledge and awareness of some persons of the higher subtle bodies as well, making possible interaction with the Nethers, and one uncovers basic secrets as to why the Egyptian civilization lasted so long and produced so much that even today is unrivaled. The Ofu is a machine operated by its brain under the influence of the subtle bodies and their minds, but it is also a machine with a brain that is influenced from within its own subtle bodies by the non-human forces of cosmos and chaos. These entities are in all of the bodies, although as the bodies become more subtle, they tend to be less congenial to chaos and more congenial to cosmos. At the levels of Ofu and Ka, however, the chaotic entities preponderate unless they have been exorcised or those bodies seeded with a great number of their cosmic antagonists. Magical spiritual operations, which are a part of the work of on oneself at the conscious Ku and Sahu levels. In the Hadith, the antagonistic forces are in most persons better balanced so that it is the arena of the greatest conflict. This is the middle ground, and on the high ground of Ku and Sahu, the balance shifts towards order because of the potency of the demons in gross Orfu. It always sickens and dies much earlier than it might do otherwise. Even conscious work by the Ku and the Sahu can only delay for a time this outcome. For the same reason, demonic dominance, the Ka, which survives the Ofu, rather quickly degenerates. The Egyptians labored mightily to prevent this degeneration of the Ka, but their efforts could at best delay it. Chaos in the Ofu works incessantly to achieve its debilitation and death, which Cosmos opposes. So long as humans remain at the level of the mechanical Ofu and sleepwalking Ka, just so long will they remain destructive to themselves and to their subjective and objective realities. To awaken a major goal of every magical, spiritual, or magical spiritual system is to break through and out of that level of non awareness at which one's life is determined through the body's misuse by the unconscious. Even awareness and intelligent use of the Alfu, Ka, and Hadith would affect the most remarkable positive changes in humankind. The fulfillment of humanity's potential, however, implies an aware participation also by Ku and Sahu bodies integrated with the others. Next, we're going to move to the body of experience the Ka. I Maxis. Wonderful, bro. Wonderful. It's nice to hear that. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. We are reading. Make sure I'm on page 25 there. by Robert Masters. The Goddess Sekhmet, Psycho-Spiritual Exercises of the Fifth Way. What do I do for blind? Uh, I learn, study. I used to play video games a bunch, but I turn on the video game system and like in 10 minutes I turn it off. And I'm either sleeping, studying, or here doing my thing, enjoying time with y'all. So it's a little bit of active studying together. I like building my mind. I like the other day I was not wanting to watch guns. I don't know. I just wasn't feeling I didn't want nothing with violence. It's just so I turned the channel, guns again. I turned the movie. I picked another movie, guns again. I picked another movie. Now they're shooting space guns. I'm like, oh my gosh, like it's not what I signed up for. And then I put on a movie, Major League Baseball. It's a movie, but it's called Major League. And the second one, Major League Two. And then all of a sudden I hear and things are shooting and exploding. I'm like, what is going on? I did not pick a movie to with guns. And it was the baseball team in the hotel room watching a movie of shooting. And I literally wound up turning it to some freaking toddler like program for improving your mind or something. Like I was just like there was nothing else to watch that had no violence or some agenda of hate. Like like I don't need a bad guy to be in my storyline right now. I just want to build something. I'm done needing a villain. It was pretty comical to myself, but yeah, yeah. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, yeah. Make it short. Ooh, I like that. The Immortal Portal. The Immortal Portal. Somebody should make a song out of that. What kind of coffee? Currently, I'm drinking Folgers Black Silk. Although I don't have too much left, and like $4, so I'm enjoying what I got. But yeah, these five bodies that actually these five bodies that this talks about. This was written in 1991. Um, I've really found some really great books over the years, and I used to have a printer so I could literally print the entire book out. I had a laser printer. I just print the whole book out, and then I could read it. Um, but this is a good one to take a look at. This is what we're talking about. This is what I'm talking about. So you might want to take a screenshot or a picture or whatever. I'll leave it up here for a little bit. But this really will help you see a lot about what we're talking about. And if you take a picture, you may need to obviously flip the image or not. But this is the structure. This is the central system which we're covering here. The term ka or double is instructive. It informs us that the body of the ka should as closely as possible duplicate the Alfu so that the body image does not falsify the physical body for the mind, a falsification which, through their interactions, results in harm to both. At the same time, the ka must be aware that its body is not the body of the Alfu. The ka is mind, and its subtle body is a mental body and the only body it will experience. Nonetheless, it is also a double, so that to the extent it acquires self knowledge, which is accurate, it also accurately knows the physical body. The ka can attain to such self awareness and thus a knowledge of the Allfu only by means of self exploration. Existing psychophysical methods are available and of great help in such an undertaking. The ka possesses many capacities it shares with the other subtle bodies, but not with the Allfu. By cultivating these and by learning, it provides essential tools and information which the other bodies can and will make use of. If, on the other hand, it does not develop itself and learns inadequately, then the higher bodies will be crippled in their dealings with the cause reality and otherwise as well. The ka possesses, most importantly, intellect, imagination, will, and the ability to assimilate and integrate knowledge as the afu, the literal physical organs and bones and tissue, the body, the physical flesh itself, is basically affected by food, its environment, and its mechanical use. So the ka is affected by similar factors, but has the ability, wanting in the afu, to take some charge of its own development. It can also initiate better contact with the Haidit, making conscious the unconscious, or part of it, which actually means integrating itself with the Haidita body, mind. This is as equally necessary a task for the Ka as is its pursuit of knowledge of itself to gain knowledge of the All. Both efforts, when successful, greatly strengthen the Ka and give it a much larger autonomy. More importantly, they are the means to the integration of all food, the flesh, the Ka, which is the mind, and the Haidith, which is the shadow, the making conscious of the making conscious the unconscious, and the exploration of the unconscious which must be undertaken by the Ka, means that the Ka must learn to temporarily inhibit almost all of its own mental processes and allow its own field of consciousness to be occupied, as it were, by that of the Haithit. The Ka must become a detached observer of the Haithit's world. Yeah, so the mind must become aware of the world of the shadow. Thank you very much. Click Street. Just as the Ka must come to understand that its body is not that, its mind is not that of the Haidit of the shadow, another error to which it is prone. Neither must the Ka suppose that the Hadith's world and experiences are its world and experiences. Only if the Ka, the mind, thus differentiates and detaches itself, can it safely undertake the exploration. Otherwise, it may lose its grasp on its own world, and the Ka also will give to the beings of the Hadith's world a power over it which the detachment and differentiation would prevent. If the Ka, however, avoids such mistakes, it can expand and further liberate itself by making use of the memories which it brings back from the Hadith and then integrates into its own knowledge and undertakings. When the Ka has attained to awareness of its body and by that means to a knowledge of the Alfu, then it diminishes the power of the body to determine the contents and processes of the Ka's mind. Similarly, by gaining knowledge of the Hadith, the Ka diminishes the power of the unconscious to determine the contents and processes of its mind. This is of major importance to the person when the bodies have not yet been integrated. After integration, the more subtle hadith uses the ka within the context of that higher unity within which the afu, the ka, and hadith have become effectively one. By all of the subtle bodies, imagination is used psych, as a psychosensory system, and when working as it should, the system gives a symbolic but functionally accurate and effective rendering of the body and its world. In the case of the three highest subtle bodies, imagination is also creative, and for the Ku and the Sahu, imagination gives knowledge of the magical spiritual realms, becomes a psychospiritual and psychosensory system. In the Ka, however, imagination is psychosensory only, serving to represent to the Ka its reality, which more or less coincides with the Offus. That aspect of imagination, which in the case of the more subtle bodies is creative, in the Ka yields only fantasy, something despised and strongly warned against by esoteric traditions. For the Ka, fantasy is, at best, wasteful, and often it is more seriously damaging. Fantasy bodies are created which the Ka and the Afu then may mistake for their own, and the Ka is impeded in its other major task, which is that of knowing truly its own mind. The Ka must gain knowledge of its body and thereby the Afus, and it must differentiate itself from the unconscious, but it must also come to know its own mind, and for this it is necessary to participate in work which does not always offer immediate rewards. It involves self observation, concentration, strengthening the tool of the mind, and controlling its customary aimless meanderings and fantasies. The mind must be provided and come to demand its own proper foods and environments. In the ancient mystery schools, care was taken that this work was made as interesting and rewarding as possible. Nonetheless, most candidates fell away here, lacking discipline to continue. But the mind of the cob must be strengthened in its world in order to give some of the necessary powers to the subtle bodies. The ka of the person who has chosen this way must approach within the ka's limits to do so. The ideal of sound mind, sound body. If it fails, the person can advance no further, and in the words of Gurdjieff, in the end will die like a dog. The Hadith or shadow can roughly be identified with what presently we call the unconscious, including some of the collective unconscious. It is the body with which the unconscious is experienced, and the unconscious is its world. The term shadow properly suggests that in these realities one is coming closer to the human dimension, the Normerna, that the Hadith's world or parts of it is that of the shadows cast by more essential realities. This is unlike the world of the Ofu, of the flesh, and of the Ka, which is the mind, which remain closed off from any direct knowledge of essential or higher realities, although they are affected by them. The Hayardit of the person on the way has the primary task of differentiating itself from the lower bodies while at the same time functionally integrating itself with them. This is always what is meant by integration, and it should never be thought that a higher body or consciousness assimilates the others. Obviously, they continue to exist, but the interactions of the bodies and their minds are less conflicting as they become more unified. If the person experiences him or herself as an expanded consciousness, having access to unconscious processes, then there has been no true integration. Simultaneous awareness of the three bodies is the criterion. Were it not for the opposing non human forces in humanity, a new total harmony of the authentically integrated bodies could be established. But neither chaos nor cosmos can accept a unification, leaving one of the other powerless, and thus a complete absence of conflict and unwanted interactions between the three bodies is an ideal never realized. The Hayadit can see into and otherwise sense into the body of the Ofu and its double, as well as sensing them from outside. Its own body is very largely self created, and although its choices about this are far from being free, thus it can imitate and fabricate for itself a body which grossly resembles the Alfu's, and less authentically still, it is able to create approximations to the Alfu's world, both as it actually is and as it is known to the Ka. The Haidit, the shadow of oneself, can also create for itself other bodies, taking any form it can imagine. Similarly, it is able to create any world it is able to imagine and experience that world very fully. It is what the mind calls an artist, although it creates as a natural part uh, of its functioning, as say the Afu, the physical body breathes, senses or excretes. The Hadith is hedonistic, and unless the cause will has been highly developed, the Hadith's will is feeble, rendering its consciousness suggestible. The Hadith is, however, far from being just irrational from its mental powers, potentially far exceed those of the Ka. The Haidit, the shadow of oneself, can best be reached and worked with by altering the consciousness of the Ka so that it no longer is experienced and seemingly ceases to function. When the Ka is thus out of the way, then the personal field of consciousness is occupied by the Hayadit, which can be dialogued with directly, guided, and taught. It can then be directed to undertake that work on itself, which needs to be done before the Hadith can know itself and its world sufficiently to function as a part of an integrated larger whole that is a more conscious person. Before I move on, there's a lot of times in people's spiritual journey, and I tell them that they're at a certain point where they need to do shadow work. And they're like, what do you mean by shadow work? What are you talking about? Well, this exactly is that shadow work. And when one goes into meditation, they learn how to cancel out thoughts that are coming in, and so that they can actually connect with their Hadith. So by connecting with the shadow self, then there is more vision, because the shadow self is a little bit of, they're kind of everywhere, but they don't have control over anything. It's kind of like the price to pay for that observation, if you will. And so, in that format of understanding, is what I've been doing for years and years and years, is when I meditate, before I even read this book, I would give permission to my unconscious, to my unconscious self, the subconscious, like not the animal conscious, but the subconscious. I would give that permission to be at the top of my mind. This is just what I did naturally. I didn't have any. I wrote a book. It's published, and talking about this very information, and I read this information years later in another book I just happened to find on my on my journey of being a shaman, and it coincides with exactly what I've not been, exactly with what I've been doing, exactly. And this is some really fundamentally, it's powerful. It's powerful. And if you learn how to connect with yourself, if you learn how to successfully meditate, like continued, like interactive, when you meditate, you're connecting with your shadow self, and your shadow self is like connected to the divine essence, essentially. Like they're the ones who can pick up all that chatter and all that information. They can hear all that. And that's really what brings the flow of success in life. Um, and they can, and your own self can update you with like uh, um, astral news. Like if heaven had a newspaper about your life and what you need to be up to, or whatever you need to be synced with, when you meditate, that's what's happening essentially, is you're getting that update. And there's an update, there's a new paper there's new information every single day. Everything changes all the time, so there's always an update. And that's why information never runs out there. It's why there's always something new to learn. There's always something new to grasp onto. And so if I'm staying focused on this every day, then what do I care about somebody else running around saying, doing whatever it is they're going to do? I mean, like, ultimately, I don't want people to be hurting each other, but I don't care if they don't like me. They say they like me, they love me. I've had people treat me like a best friend, and months later, yeah, I hate you. I'm like, I've been telling you the truth. It's been me the whole time. I didn't change one bit. I was the same. I mean, change. I got changed. I mean, if you watch the channel, you already know. But all of a sudden, they flip script on me as far as emotion goes, and I'm like, I know what it is. In those situations, which were my past, not my future, the situations that were my past, that was somebody trying to control me. to their own advantage for whatever means and for whatever purpose, doesn't matter. They were trying to control my nature, and I broke free. Said no, no. And that's when I broke free. It didn't take a fight. It just took me packing up my bags and walking out the door. That's all it took. That's all it took. God will take care of me. The universe will provide. Let me pray about it. Let me think about it. Let me make some phone calls about it. And, well, if it's meant to be, it'll all work through. And if it's not, then it won't. Anyways, on the way, the Hadith's guide or teacher supervises a prolonged, expanding, and deepening exploration of the unconscious, in which the Hadith, the shadow of oneself, unlike the Ka, the mind of oneself, in its exploration, is an active participant, only seldom taking just the spectator role. The Hadith is taught to manipulate time so that in its world, weeks, months, and even years of exploration and other work can be accomplished during what are only minutes in the clock measured world of the Ka. Even so, the unconscious is so vast and there is so much work to be done that the effort usually takes years of Ka time to complete. The Hadith, as explorer, maps the terrain, experiences and classifies the floral and fauna, and otherwise expands its knowledge of its world. A world not only vast but incredibly diverse, learning to function in many different ways and in many different situations. It is gradually exposed to experiences which, at the start, would have been unendurable for it and which usually it manages to avoid when left unguided. Since extreme pleasures are available in its world, the Hayatid is led to experience these to a degree and in ways which it rarely would have been able to discover for itself, since typically the Hayatid is too lazy to venture into the depths and extremities of the shadow world. It is satisfied with the blander pleasures near the surface and center of its world, and thus also avoids the graver dangers. The pleasures it is given are rewards for its efforts and compensate for fear and pain it also must experience. The guide must maintain the hedonistic Hadith's motivation by seeing to it that the pleasures outweigh the negative experiences. Eventually, the Hadith must confront what previously would have led to panic, madness, and even death. Some of this exploration coincides with the cause development of its mind. It must be done before the cause will has been strengthened to the point that the Hadith is affected and rendered insufficiently suggestible. A delicate balance needs to be maintained that the Hadith develops its own will and learns to use its other mental powers unimpeded by changes in the Ka. When the Hadith's will and other little used potentials are strong enough, then the work with the Ka can be completed. The Hadith will then, if the work was done correctly, voluntarily, or willingly cooperate in further exploration and self development. In addition to exploring parts of the unconscious, by no means all, but enough to allow work at the higher level of the Ku, and in addition to developing its will and learning to make use of other mental faculties. The Hadid is taught to use its powers to function constructively in its interactions with the Alfu, with the body, and the Ka, the mind, the thinking mind. It especially is taught how not to introduce conflicts and confusion into the conscious mind, and how not to generate negative effects in the physical body. The Haidit also learns how to join in cooperative problem solving with the Ka, thus making the Ka more creative and more intelligent. And it learns to bring about healing and other beneficial changes in both the Ka and the Alfu. The ability
of the unconscious to intervene in these ways in the workings of the conscious mind and to alter the body for good or ill is well established. It does so continuously and is far more decisive in shaping the life of the ordinary person than the conscious mind, apart from it, ever is. But when the unconscious has been made partly conscious and the integration with the lower bodies is achieved, then there is easier and still more potent interaction which becomes possible. However, it can be chosen and intelligently used. Finally, the Haidit in its world lives out a myth or a work of art, imposed on it from both within and without, which begins to unfold during a person's childhood and continues until his or her death. Sometimes the myth appears to change, but this is an illusion. Only when there is integration with the Ku, Sahu, or both can the person truly alter his or her myth, which it may or may not be desirable to do. This myth is the meaning of a person's life, and if made known to him or her prematurely, can destroy his or her illusion of autonomy and lead to hopelessness. The teacher will typically know what the myth is long before the student knows it and must decide when to disclose it to the student. It must be disclosed at some point along the way, but only when the student is ready and is going to be able to change if need be. One part of the work at the level of Ku is to either choose a new myth or choose to continue with the given one. Then, in either case, there is some real, not illusory freedom, and the work aims towards a fuller realization of the myth and its constructive or destructive potentials. The personal myth has a guiding archetype, and if the myth is to be altered, the archetype must be confronted in the Hadith and often its symbolic form must be destroyed. If the shadow attempts this battle without having access to the powers of the Ku, it will almost inevitably fail and the person will sustain severe, if not fatal, injury. However, if the archetype is constructive, so that the myth is also constructive, it can serve the person as an ally and teacher in the Hadith and be safely and usefully worked with as some psychological, occult, and other approaches to human healing and development do or try to do. However, that the archetype is constructive does not mean that the myth is worthy of the person. It still may need to be changed to allow his or her larger potentials to be realized. The myth lived by the Hadid in its world determines the life of the Ka in its broad outlines and also in many of its details. It can be deduced by observing the Ka and directly observed by making conscious the Hadid and learning how it functions in the world, its behaviors and experiences. But again, in most cases, the myth should remain concealed from the person until he or she is ready to experience the Ku in its world. Until then, it is unalterable. The person is ready for the Ku level work when his or her awareness differentiates simultaneously and with functional integration the physical body, the conscious mind, and the unconscious now itself sufficiently in consciousness. And truly, does anybody have any, I don't know. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about rude people. Well, I tell you what. I tell you what. Where are you?
Am I a shaman? Oh, Clickstree. Boom. You got, you're a moderator now. Am I a shaman? Yes, I am, definitely, a shaman. I am a legitimate shaman. I appreciate that. Thank you, I am Maxis. Thanks for hanging out. Seeing you've been here for a little bit. Thank you. This book that I'm reading right now, it's huge. It's huge to bring the unconscious, the subconscious, and the consciousness together, to bring those into one, into like, hey, why don't y'all meet and talk? I know usually I keep y'all separate because I keep some secrets from myself over here, because it would just make me bust out crying in public. But when those two, like, life can change. Um, uh, that's actually a great comments. What is your background, etc., and what brought you into this belief, this way of living? And another person asked. He said, "Oh, and super welcome, Clickstreet. And if I'm saying your name wrong, let me know. If you want to be a guest on, here, we will be doing a time like where we're like inviting people on as guests and whatnot. So you can send me an email, Setchra, SETCHRA at yahoo.com. That's it, Setchra at yahoo.com. So if you have anything you would like to share, feel free to send me an email there. Sometimes I miss some comments here. Though what really brought me to this was my mother had passed away, and when my mother passed away, I connected with Source. I'll just put it back. I could go on for a while on that at that point alone. Though I connected with Source, and when I was in religion, I looked at everything like through a telescope or a microscope. Everything was a telescope or a microscope. I could eat. Everything was a closed vision, and that's all I could look at. Only one thing. That's it. And after my mom passed away, my daughters they passed away a couple years ago. When this all happened was back in 2012. Um, though I started widening my view and my vision, I started seeing more. I started embodying love because there was nobody around for me to love. So then, like family or otherwise, so then I started to I started to remember my mother, everything that my mother was. And so I embodied all the good of my mother and left the bad to the side. And as I went amongst into the world out of a safety net of religion and isolated thinking, I I saw myself as an explorer, and I have not had a regular home over my head for a very long time. This is the longest I've been had a residence. Anyways, I don't want to get stuck on that for a while, but and so not having my own like permanent place, I've been in situations where like you'll lose everything immediately. So if it's tied off onto me, if I went to sleep with it, if it's a part of my person, and that moment happens, guess what? I keep my stuff. So I started looking at myself. I'm not into tattoos or piercings. I'm not into those. Just for my own skin, it's cool if other people have them. I don't have it, But as far as what I'm wearing, as far as is all of this, is seeing my family comes through a myriad of cultures and people in ways, um, good and bad, can rest in anything or anyone.
And certainly the good times do become spoiled if they are not cared for and preserved. And sometimes to preserve the good time, it's kind of like a good meal. You gotta wrap it up, let it cool down, wrap it up, put it in the fridge or the freezer. It's gonna be preserved for a later time. And in any regard, and so those times do, and wind up moving on and so forth and so on. And a lot of things that I learned, Christianity led to Jewish. I got into Jewish, the text, writing it, reading it, and then and that got me into Egyptian, and Egyptian got me into everything else. And one person asked, "Can I cast the magic spell? Can I cast magic?" It doesn't work like you think in the movies in that format, but I'll say it a couple of times. Magic, mathematical application, generating incarnate creativity kinetically. I'll say it again. Magic, mathematical application, generating incarnate creativity kinetically. You are the magic. You are the creation that can move everything. And what we're talking about is, I'm going to keep reading here, is that the person, the human, we can create our future. We can magically create our future, though if we do so with the correct amount of ingredients, heart, and all the kind of stuff I talk about every single day. Anyways, thank you. Yeah, there you go. Boom. All right, I'm gonna keep reading here. Let's see what we got here. And to all the mothers out there, happy Mother's Day. To me, every day is Mother's Day. Those bodies, Ku and Sahu, which are evolved in true magical religious work, can be thought of as the higher unconscious, collective, and personal. The house of life of the ancient Egyptians and other mystery schools aimed at making these bodies conscious and integrating them with the lower bodies. The Ku was made conscious and its powers developed by means we now think of as magical. The Sahu was made conscious and its powers developed by what we now think of as religious or spiritual practices. Actually, it's a question of emphasis, since for both the Ku and Sahu, the work combines magical and spiritual elements. When these higher bodies are made conscious, a person lives at once in two different realities. They act in the mundane world of everyday life, and they also interact with the Nethers, participating thereby in their super mundane world. The world of the Ku is essentially a school and temple. One who has developed this level of consciousness will hereafter have a Nether, a god or goddess, as their primary teacher. If a human teacher has brought the person this far, that teacher may still assist in the work but assumes a secondary role. The teacher may also be assisted by other Nethers, subordinates in the way being taught, by means of his or her opened psycho-spiritual senses accessible when the Ku is made conscious. The pupil is able to participate fully in the realities created for them by the teacher. The quality of their work will determine whether the Ku remains conscious. It is quite possible to fail in the school, then the higher consciousness is lost, and the true world remains in the mind only as a wondrous memory. True ritual and ceremonial magic involving elaborate and potent symbol systems, the Hegel, the words of power, consciousness altering sounds, gesturing postures, and sacred movements, means of activating centers and energy systems of subtle body diagnosis and healing, methods of attack and defense, metamorphosis and transformation of the body's psychospiritual alchemy, philosophy and theology, of cosmos and chaos, and ways of interacting with the Nethers. These are aimed at developing the crew and enabling it to use its capacities.
It's interesting. I've I've been through some events on those levels, and that true ritual and ceremonial magic kind of whew, that's some heavy stuff. The magician is taught and learns to function first of all exclusively in the cool world and the cool body. Later, however, the whole person, the Sahu at this level of the work, accepted participates so that, for example, the sacred movements, the gestures, and the postures are executed by the four bodies simultaneously. This furthers integration of the bodies and also makes the work more effective in the worlds of the less subtle bodies. The postures, movements, and some other procedures are also used to help lower level students advance to the higher states of consciousness. In yoga, for example, consciousness is directed to centers, the chakras, found only in the Ku and Sahu bodies, in the hope that this will activate the subtle centers, a procedure which bears little fruit. The yoga postures, the asanas, are more effect, efficacious and lay a foundation for higher development. But yoga, for all its merits, unfortunately survives only in fragments. Too much is missing, and the psychophysical methods of the way are a more complete approach to mind body integration and awareness. Moreover, most yoga teaching professes a bias against siras, precisely those powers which the ku must acquire and develop to realize itself and to do its appropriate work, including preparation for integrating Ku and Sahu. Like other present day spiritual disciplines, yoga is focused on attaining to those states of consciousness available at the Sahu level, the Samadhi, the Nirvana, and others, and at best only realizes approximations to these since the level of the Ku is inadequately worked with. These disciplines also have forgotten the series subject to abuse the mundane realities and essential tools for the most important work, interaction with the Nethers and participation in the war in heaven. Similarly, such states as Nirvana, Samadhi, cosmic consciousness, enlightenment are but means of which the Sahu is strengthened to do its great work. The Ku's magic and the Sahu's spiritual practices are simply psychological, psychophysical, and psychospiritual methods applicable at levels of consciousness which ordinary psychologies and other modern approaches fail to deal with, then typically believe not to exist. Just as many people do not believe in the incredible wealth of the unconscious until they experience it in trance or drug states, so there is a disbelief in the still more remote and higher reaches of the unconscious until, by appropriate means, these too can be experienced. The disbelief is merely a product of ignorance based upon lack of first hand experience. The work with the Ku makes plain its reality and further enlarges and expands one's awareness of what is. Until this is done, the person is cut off and alienated from their own higher self and potentials and whatever their other attainments is for practical purposes spiritually dead. The person who has integrated physical body, conscious mind, and the haradit, the unconsciousness, already has advanced far enough to be greatly differentiated from less developed human beings.
Their life will almost certainly be rich and productive, and they will live in close enough proximity to the highest realities that there will be no fear of actual spiritual death, of the life losing its meaning. This is not true, sad to say, of the majority of humankind. When there has been no effective work at all, no integration of body and mind, no exploration of the unconscious, then the person sleepwalks through life and is human only in form and potential. In practical fact, they are humanoid only, a mechanical unit having just the appearance of a human. If one looked into their unrealized potentials, then one would see that the world of the Ku is silent and unmoving, as if lifeless. The Ku body lies inert and sleeping as it dreams the essence of the myth that is the meaning of life for that person. The temple and its school stand empty, except for this body and what appears to be statues representing certain gods and other beings. This is the latent and waiting world and body of the person who is cognitively cut off from the higher realities and spiritual forces. The cool body and world can come intensely and vibrantly, luminously and awfully alive, but only if brought to life by work. Otherwise, the Nethers, who might have been the teachers, remain only statuesque representations. The temple and the school remain forever silent as a tomb if all work on the less subtle bodies is neglected, and if they should be sufficiently misused, then the person does spiritually die, and the Ku no longer even dreams the essence of the myth. With that, the meaning of life is lost altogether, and there is an inner void far more terrible even than the living of an inane and destructive myth. More, that same life may have to be lived over and over. This is what Gurdjieff, many of those teachings had their roots in those of ancient Egypt, meant when he said that the person who fails to do the work of oneself will perish like a dog. That's too dang true. Mm. Thank you to all the moderators keeping the chat log in a positive format of some degree or whatnot. I appreciate that very much. Oh, most definitely. I literally this is the in months of doing this. It's the first time I'm reading off of a tablet. I prefer to read out of a hard book, a real book. Um, so this information felt very pertinent to share today, and it is one of the few books that I do have that I put on this little guy. So
The spiritual body, the Sahu. Oh, this is what I wanted to share. Fam. Okay, look, this is the importance, okay? My fam that's out there. I know my fam. My fam's always here. I know that much. This one's for you. Now you see and you know sometimes more than I do. Okay. Chat log and all that. Meditation allows for one. I'm gonna relate it personally. I'm just gonna be personable. So I'm not trying to instruct you. I'm just sharing the benefits of meditation, and this is live, real, active, real world jump stuff. So in meditation, I stop talking, and then thoughts start to come in, and I'm going back years ago, and I worked so that I could sit there and not have a thought come in that I did not want. If I wanted peace of mind, I could have peace of mind. I had only my own thoughts. I would populate in my own mind. At other times, I could be astrally connected, and somebody I'm thinking about, something someone did me wrong, whatever situation it might be, the mind keeps populating and bringing that back. It brings it back. I don't want the thought, but it brings it back. So the meditation worked at me stopping those thoughts from coming in. I put up a barrier within my mind, a blockade that says you don't get in. I choose what comes in my mind. As that meditation work continued over the years, from at home to in public to at every moment of my life, well, then the outside is the same. Every single thing else falls in line with what I choose to let in versus what I choose to leave on the outside. That meditation has helped me be aware of who I am and what my thoughts are. By staying in love, living one vibrational energy, which is my joy, my happiness, what I'm into, then I know what I think about. I know what I populate. I know what I like to bring into my mental awareness and into my emotional space. And so becoming aware of who I am lets me know very much whether this is something I'm wanting to talk about or whether somebody's projecting some information or something at me. So in these wonderful ways, it allows one to live their life unobstructed by the opinions or vices of others, and that is a big portion of the spiritual walk, is staying focused as the arrow upon until your target is reached. We're moving on to the Sahu, the spiritual body. The Sahu's world exists in closest proximity of the world of the Nethers, more exactly to the realms of the evolutionary order or spirit, and of the divine metadolians, representations of the gods and the great gods of cosmos. The black magician, by means of their magic, reverses their positioning of bodies and worlds so that their own Sahu world is in proximity to the realms of disordered matter and of the lower, the demonic metadolans, representations of evil gods, of chaos. Thus, there can occur the most complete interactions between the Sahu magician priests or priestesses and the respective forces which they serve. In the way of the five bodies, the Nethers interacted with directly at Ku and Sahu level, or the goddess Sekhmet, and the eight gods and goddesses associated with Sekhmet.
as well as the demigods, the demons, and other entities. The antagonist is Set, the great god, the god of chaos, and Set's associated powers and principalities. Some of these forces contend in each of the human dimensions, and they are always present in body and mind, personality, and essence of every individual. Only at the higher levels of awareness and work can they be known to some extent for what they are and can be differentiated from one's own psychophysical and psychospiritual self and be allied with or opposed. The Nethers, through their representations, reveal themselves only gradually, first to the Ku and then to the Sahu body and its imaginal senses and consciousness. The human must be sufficiently prepared for such contact with the self declared other, strengthened and otherwise made ready by progressive work, cumulatively affecting every part and aspect of his or her being. There can be brief, approximate experiences of the higher realities in the absence of such preparation. Many people are given int, int, intimate intimation for them powerful experiences of forces imitations and for them powerful experiences of the forces with which Ku and Sahu do their work. Examples of incursions, paranormal phenomena sufficient to call into question the consensual reality and the grace of religious experience. These are reminders of a something beyond the ordinary world, lures which beckon and sometime impel towards cognition of that at which they hint or which they flashingly disclose. But the undeveloped person could never endure the continuous occurrence and numinous qualities of such manifestations as a part of the work of the Ku and the Sahu. The intensity and range of energies, feelings, overpowering otherness, pre preternatural beauty and grisly horror in the uncanny and awful dread allure of the love, wrath, and other aspects of the presence of the Nethers. The Ku, when its work sufficiently advanced, receives an initiation and performs operations to make the Sahu conscious. The Sahu's work differentiates it from the Ku and the other bodies, and it becomes functionally integrated with them. Then the highest work can be accomplished in each of the five human dimensions, the realms of the five bodies. Not that the work is ever completed or the human potentials ever made fully accessible, but there is an approximation to the ideal which exceeds what could be accomplished by means of any lesser effort. Not just decades, but centuries of work by the integrated five bodies would be needed to completely actualize and master the richness of a human being's potentials. The Sahu continues much of the work begun by the Ku and adds to this other work which the Ku could not have done. This spiritual body is, above all, an adept of self regulated movement along the continuum of consciousness, becoming eventually able to experience states of consciousness which otherwise can only be given by the Nethers. Foremost among these is what some schools call Kundalini, an energy system which in Egyptian metapsychology is identified with the goddess Sekhmet. By raising Kundalini, which only the Sahu can do, although lower bodies counterfeited the experience. The brain of the physical body is altered, and much more of it comes into use, increasing the powers of all the bodies. Then the Sahu, if proper work is done, can acquire Sekhem, the power of might. Sekhem is the most formidable of the human potentials and allows its conscious possessor to function both in the human dimension and in the interaction with Nethers in ways that would, if they were known, appear superhuman to non initiates. The Sahu body, when non deliberately altered, is transparent and luminous so that its symbolic centers and energy centers can be clearly seen. Like its world, it is of the subtlest substances to be found in the dimensions of the human, and thus the soul. The Ba is in the Sahu body. This extreme subtlety allows the Sahu to be dissolved into and to merge with the substance of its world. This is the authentic mystical experience. Again, there are counterfeits and approximates which some religious and spiritual disciplines misinterpreted as emerging with the divine substance, God, or ground, or of being. It is not that I, but it is a powerful and sometimes transformative experience. After dissolution, the body may reorganize in a way that is superior to its previous organization, affecting not only just the sahu, but one of the more of the bodies also. The authentic mystical experience is of itself beneficial and is one aspect of the psycho-spiritual alchemy practiced by Ku and Sahu to the end that the radical transformation of the person is achieved, higher integration and greater subtlety in each of the lower bodies. The Sahu also self-directly moves into other states of consciousness and realms of experience described in the literatures of various world religions. These include what we know as Samadhi, Nirvana, Satori, and many others, which also strengthen the Sahu and further both its work in the world and with the Netars. Such experiences, when not misunderstood, not regarded, for example, as ends in themselves, give a larger perspective on reality, help to break down limiting belief systems, further the psycho-spiritual alchemical process, and yield other benefits. The efforts required to attain to these experiences do, however, expose the Sahu and the whole person to suffering and dangers, at least some of which are unavoidable. The so called dark night of the soul and various other experiences of dread, despair, confusion, and sickness of body and mind in one or more of the bodies, although in fact not in the soul, are examples. Yet these two, assuming they are overcome, will strengthen the person to stand at one time in five worlds. The Sahu can perceive, although not enter into, the non human realms of evolutionary order and the disordered particles and those of the divine and demonic metadolins. Ku and even Hayat are sometimes given visions of these, but the Sahu can choose to perceive them with all its senses, and interacting upon its allegiance strengthens its love for cosmos or chaos, and its abhorrence for the antagonist by means of its perceptions of them. We speak of the Saw who is doing these things when it has not yet achieved integration with the other four bodies. Subsequent to integration, it is the person who acts, although he or she does so still in one or another of the human dimensions, in this case, the Sahu world. Despite the extravagant claims made by some religions, the human being never goes beyond the human dimensions and could not survive contact, even with the appearance or representations of the Nethers in their far more subtle worlds. To speak of direct and immediate knowledge of God or the divine is a gross absurdity and born at best of ignorance and self delusion. After the differentiation and integration of the five bodies has been finally achieved, the priest magician or magician priest continues learning and other work, advancing through the hierarchy to whatever levels of initiation that he or she will ultimately reach. He or she may work mainly in the world, possibly as a teacher or some mundane position where their magical spiritual powers can exert useful influence in business or politics, communications, or whatever they may work almost entirely with the nethers, doing the so called inner work. In any case, unless they are otherwise instructed, the magician, priest, or priestess will work secretly. Those close to the person may have some inkling of what they do, but it will not be a public work. An occasional teacher, or far more rarely a designated exemplar, will be the sole exceptions. If human beings were not sleeping, they would recognize at once the person well advanced in the work, that they do not is a helpful safeguard, which, however, is the work's purpose to remove. The search for a real school and Ku or Sahu level teacher is made much more difficult by the fact that those advanced in the work do it quietly and almost always secretly. Further, there are always many false claimants to the knowledge of the work, and others who are so self deluded that they actually suppose themselves to have the knowledge. For every Gurdjieff, the foremost authentic teacher of this century, there are thousands of others and millions to believe them until their teachings are proved empty. There are a few guidelines that can aid in recognizing real teachers. Such a man or woman can be known, for example, by the conscious manner in which he or she lives out the profound and powerful myth or work of art chosen. The criteria just mentioned would exclude such powerful but other magicians. I'm just trying to leave those out. The integration of the 4 or 5 bodies will invest the teacher an recognizable presence and force, even if one is only slightly self observant. It can be recognized that one's consciousness alters when in contact with a teacher. One is affected in a way that is obviously different. One may go into trance or even awaken or experience other altered states, and the teacher will not, as others do, speak of the ka of a person, but rather to the haidit, not to the conscious mind, but rather to the unconscious. And the teacher can also speak directly to the all fu, to its brain and nervous systems, or to the physical body as a whole, thus producing important beneficial or destructive changes in it. This is teaching. It gives pain as well as pleasure, forcing into consciousness various contents which had been repressed or otherwise excluded. It exposes limits to freedom and to growth, and it stirs a hunger for the something more. One can give some of these powers to false teachers, but at a cost to oneself that self observation can detect. The authentic teacher may accept or take power from others, but they at the appropriate time return much more than was given and or taken. One who meets such criteria may be a teacher, but those who are searching should pursue the matter further. One must also find a way to determine whether it is cosmos or chaos that he or she serves, and choose according to one's predilection. Above all, do not expect perfection, but heed that scripture which says it is nowhere to be found. The highly developed human being will be found to have large faults accompanying great virtues. This is inevitable in one who has become larger than life, nor should one expect perfection even from the gods, which would mean being foolish enough to judge such beings as the Nethers by human standards. The Egyptian metapsychology set forth in the way of the 5 bodies brings the aspirant to levels, those of Ku and Sahu, where the teaching is done not by humans, but by the Nethers, and primarily by the goddess Sekhmet. As the Egyptians recognized, no human teacher, however remarkable, can carry the work into the higher realities, where it can only be effective when done in interaction with beings whose grasp extends beyond the human. There are other ways of making Ku or Sahu, although not both, partly conscious, and which thereby give power, sometimes formidable power. But the magical, occult, or spiritual path which stops short of affecting working with a higher force is inadequate. The person remains but a pawn in the war in heaven and cannot effectively work for humanity's necessary transformation. They will lack essential protection and guidance and will commit many foolish and dangerous mistakes. For these reasons, the metapsychology speaks with both compassion and harshness of magical or spiritual disciplines done without the guidance of the Nethers as paths of fools. In conclusion, the knowledgeable reader, the knowledgeable listener will be aware that what has been given in these and this information sets forth with a most unusual completeness essentials of work in a mystery school. There are also many important details concerning magical spiritual practices, applications for those who can fill in between the lines, and enough has been said to allow a few persons, those of sufficient maturity, knowledge, and daring, to begin the work, even without school or teacher. Thus, some of those might reach that condition where the pupil is ready. The teacher will appear. Next, we're going to move into the goddess Sekhmet. Interesting enough, when I first started getting into this, into ancient Egyptian, like, first I found All Set, which is Kitimet Tonket, the water of life. And like she's very nourishing and caring and very, 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 very helpful. And then I found Sekhmet. And Sekhmet, I read about Sekhmet. Yo, Sekhmet is like what I could find. Said that when Sekhmet gets involved, she, she'll burn it. This ain't no small fry stuff. Sekhmet is serious. And she changed things for her people in the past. The story of Sekhmet's very amazing, actually. It was a race of beings, and they had come to help Earth. They had come to help humanity. And they were leaving back to their stars. They were going home. And Sekhmet decided to stay behind. Sekhmet decided to stay behind and to help humanity. And so that's why essentially, like, her essence, her physical body is somewhere on this planet. And because in whatever form or format through transmutation, the elements or anything, therefore, and so her essence, when it is called upon for protection, she shows up. And she's not just protection, but as we're reading, the entire aspect of the body, the entire aspect of who we are. And by learning and going through the correct aspects of truth and innocence, can we truly unlock our own potential? And when we unlock our potential, boom, the whole world changes because we are a unique individual. We are bringing something new to the entire world. And that's what I see as the way forward. It's everybody, each one is so important to our future world that without your participation, that world never comes into life. Anyways, who is Sekhmet? Sekhmet is a lioness, like lioness headed. She is like the third eye of Ra as well, mother of creation, a whole bunch. But we're going to read in detail and answer that question. Who is Sekhmet? Among the most powerful of all the ancient Egyptian deities was the triad of Memphis, the goddess Sekhmet, and the gods Ptah and Nefertem. Memphis was the main site of worship of the triad and also of the house of life, or mystery school where the powerful magical religious systems associated with those deities were taught. To the extent that this knowledge survives is to be found in the path or way of the goddess Sekhmet, known as the Way of the Five Bodies. Ptah, brother and husband of Sekhmet, is often called simply the creator god, the god who created the material world and who, also acting upon Sekhmet's urging, gave to human beings gave to human beings for their pleasure and as a means to self-realization the arts, literature, music, painting, and sculpture, among others. The god Tahuti Thoth is sometimes considered to be the intellect of Ptah, in which case Ptah also gave to humanity the sciences, mathematics, and philosophy. Known as the father of fathers and power of powers, Ptah is said to have made his own body. He is usually represented as slender with a large, completely bald head and benign countenance. Nefertim, son of Sekhmet and Ptah, is also represented as husbandman bodied and slender, as human bodied and slender, usually bearded and wearing one or another kind of elaborate headdress. He is the god who gave medicine to humans and thus is the god of physicians, the god who eventually developed into the Greek Asclepius and who is still identified with the medicine today. In some representations of him, Nefertim has the head of a lion, thus resembling his lioness-headed mother Sekhmet. The goddess Sekhmet is undoubtedly one of the most ancient deities known to the human race, much older than Ptah. Her brother husband, or Ra, her father, the sun god and king of the gods, she came into Egypt from a place unknown and at a time unrecorded. Some of her names refer to this very great antiquity, lady of the place of the beginning of time, and one who was before the gods were. As a form of the great mother, Sekhmet is also known as mother of all the gods. Much is to be learned about her from her various names and epithets, and some of those originally 4,000 names will be listed and discussed. But they include, to mention just a few, Lady of Flame, Great One of Magic, Lady of the Lamp. The first of these titles refers to her majesty of the sun's power, expressed by the solar disk with Yaro's serpent usually worn on her head. Great One of Magic acknowledges the awesome power attributed to her priest magicians, and Lady of the Lamp probably refers to the use of trance states by her magician priests and in the performance of her mysteries. Almost always, the images of Sekhmet represent her with the powerful but graceful body of a human female and head of a lioness. The famed classical Egyptologist Sir Wallace Budge comments that the name Sekhmet has been derived from or is connected with the root sekhem, to be strong, mighty, violent. Others have added the meaning of sexual power, and it is believed that Sekhmet is the goddess of the Kundalini energy constellation, discovery of which is often improperly attributed to the Tantra. Budge remarks that the meaning strong, mighty, violent would be appropriate to Sekhmet as she was the personification of the fierce, scorching, and destroying heat of the sun's rays. He adds, in the form of the serpent goddess Mehednet, she took up her position on the head of her father Ra and poured out from herself the blazing fire which scorched and consumed his enemies who came near, while at those who were some distance away she shot forth swift fiery darts which pierced through and through the fiends whom they struck. In a text quoted by Dr. Broche, she is made to say, I set the fierce heat of the fire for a distance of millions of cubits between Alsor and his enemy, and I keep away from him the evil ones, and remove his foes from his habitation. One of the commonest names of the goddess is Nezert, flame, as a destroying element, and in the texts of all periods she plays the part of a power which protects the good and annihilates the wicked. In the same place, Budge quotes a passage from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, of interest here because it enumerates various aspects and roles typical to this goddess, even though here she is joined to her father Ra and her sister, the cat-headed goddess Bast. Homage to thee, O Sekhmet, Bastara, thou mistress of the gods, thou bearer of wings, thou lady of the red apparel, queen of the crowns of the south and north, only one sovereign of her father, superior to whom the gods cannot be, thou mighty one of enchantments, in the boat of millions of years, thou who art preeminent, who risest in the seat of silence, mother of the Pasha Kasa, queen of the Parahaka Keparu, mistress and lady of the tomb, mother in the horizon of heaven, gracious one, beloved, destroyer of rebellion, of offerings are in thy grasp, and thou art standing in the boat of thy divine Father to overthrow the fiend Ketu. Thou hast placed Mahat in the bows of his boat. Thou art the fire goddess Amir Sheshet, whose opportunity escapeth her not. Praise be unto thee, O Lady, who art mightier than the gods. Words of adoration rise unto thee from the gods of Hermopolis, Eornis, the city of the sun. The living souls who are in their hidden places praise the mystery of thee. O thou who art their mother, thou source from which they sprang, who makest for them a place in the hidden underworld, who makest sound their bones and preserveth them from terror, who makest them strong in the abode of everlastingness, who preserves them from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra, who is among the company of the gods. Thy name is Sepipurim Hesra Putishtif. The views of most writers toward the goddess Sekhmet, typically one imitating another, are negative, emphasizing her destructiveness and tending to dwell almost exclusively upon a single myth or legend, one most often referred to as the myth of the destruction of mankind by the goddess Sekhmet. In this myth, partly recorded by sculptures made on the walls of the tomb sect, the humans entered into a conspiracy to overthrow the gods. They blasphemed against Ra, king of gods and men, and heretical priests and magicians plotted ways to turn against the gods for their destruction, using those very powers the gods had given to men, that they might flourish and grow great upon the earth. Ra, hearing of this plan, called to meet with him the most ancient and potent deities, those who had been with him in the primeval waters before the time when, with his eye, the sun, he had made life. Gods counseled together, and it was decided that Sekhmet, the force against which no other force avails, should manifest on the earth and quell the rebellion. Sekhmet would manifest and punish all those who had held in their minds evil images and imagined wicked plots. Then Sekhmet walked among men and destroyed them, and drank their blood. Night after night Sekhmet waded in blood, slaughtering humans, tearing and rending their bodies and drinking their blood, and other gods deciding that the slaughter was enough and should stop, but they could find no way to stop Sekhmet, who was drunk on human blood. As the carnage went on, the gods recognized that Sekhmet, her rage sustained by intoxication, would implacably proceed with the killing until the last human of life had been extinguished. Then Ra had brought to him from Elefarterne certain plants which have been said to be of the Solance family, and which can be brewed as powerful mind-altering drugs. Those plants, and possibly also opium or hemp, were sent to the god Sekti at Heliopolis, Iurnu, the city of the sun. Sekti added these drugs to a mixture of beer and also human blood until 7,000 great jugs of the substance had been made. The jars were taken to a place where Sekhmet would pass, and there were poured out onto the ground, inundating the fields for a great distance. And when Sekhmet came to the fields and perceived that she had thought it to be blood, she rejoiced and drank all of the liquid. Then her heart was filled with joy. Her mind was changed, and she thought no more of destroying mankind. After that, Ra addressed Sekhmet as the one who comes in peace, praising the beauty and charm of the goddess. The occasion was afterwards celebrated among humans by a feast in which beautiful girls prepared a beverage containing the drugs which had been administered to the goddess. These girls, serving as priestesses of Sekhmet, participated then with male celebrants in an orgiastic festival held in Sekhmet's honor. One of the most famous of these was the festival held in Dendereth in the mouth of Thoth of Tahuti, and the most important aspect of this gathering was the experience made possible by the drinking of this substance, thought to be identical, save for the human blood, that with that prepared for Sekhmet by the gods. Such festivals were also held after battles with the hope of pacifying the goddess' more destructive nature. People danced, played, and shook the sistrum, celebrating Sekhmet as beautiful, brilliant, and adorable to soothe her wildness. Sekhmet came eventually to represent the ecstasies of love. There are some important passages dealing with the very great antiquity of Sekhmet and human religions to be found in the monumental work on ancient Egypt written by Gerald Massey, 19th century scholar and transvisionary. Massey identifies Sekhmet as the Great Mother, Mother of Mystery, later denounced in the Book of Revelation as the Great Harlot. In Revelation, the Mother of Mystery is called Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and the abominations of the earth, who has the name of mystery written on her forehead. But there was an earlier Babylon in Egypt, known to the secret wisdom, which is traditionally identified with the locality of Coptos, nominally the seat of Kep, the Kaimit mother of the mysteries. The mother of mystery did not originate as the Scarlet Woman of Babylon, nor as the Red Hag of the Protestants, although the title of the great harlot was applied to her also. Who was the mother of harlots, and to whom the maiden attributes, who the maiden tributes were religiously furnished in the city? Hers is a figure of unknown antiquity in the astronomical mythology, which was constellated as the red hippopotamus that preceded the great bear. The red hippopotamus, Apt, had already become the scarlet lady in the ritual. Hence, the great mother, as Sekhmet Bast, who is higher than all the gods, and is the only one who stands above her father, is called the Lady of the Scarlet Colored Garment. The Kyrene constellation of the birthplace may also serve to show why the great harlot should have been so badly abused in the book of Revelation. The creator of the great mother was depicted in the sign of the Meshne to indicate the place of bringing forth by the cow of heaven, whose thigh is the emblem of great magical power in the hieroglyphics. The Mother of Mystery also carries in her hand a golden cup full of abominations, even the unclean things of her fornication. In another volume of the same work, Massey provides some related materials drawing upon the same quotation from the Book of the Dead cited earlier. Here Massey notes, the Great Mother is saluted as the Supreme Being, the only one by the name of Sekhmet Bast, the goddess of sexual passion and strong drink, who is the mistress of the gods, not as the wife, but as the promiscuous concubine, she who was uncreated by the gods and who is mightier than the gods. To her the gods offer words of adoration. Therefore they were not then merged in the put circle of the nine. It is noticeable too that Sekhmet is not at that time saluted as the consort of Ptah. Sekhmet was undoubtedly far more ancient than Ptah. Newer religions attack older ones, transforming their gods into devils and other debased forms, and it's not surprising that Sekhmet, as the most ancient Gentrix, is attacked as a great harlot. However, this is not to suggest that there is any infidelity to the Egyptian Sekhmet in characterizing her as a goddess of powerful passions and with a love for intoxication states. Sekhmet is protectress of the divine order, and as such protects the gods against whatever evil forces may menace them. Ferocious though she is, her power is never arbitrarily directed. Like the lioness, she fiercely protects what she loves and that for which she is responsible, destroying transgressors and other evildoers and enemies of gods or of the pharaoh of the king. A goddess of wrath, Sekhmet retaliates with total savagery whenever she or her allies are attacked or wronged in some way. But although she may seem to welcome the opportunity to respond to aggression, there is no evidence of her ever initiating or provoking conflict. Her great power to destroy is dedicated to righteous ends, and it is because of her power that morally correct but destructive tasks are made hers. Her reactions, thus, no matter how violent, are essentially actions stemming from loyalty and love. The principal methods of destruction associated with the goddess were fire, pestilence or plague, and drought. She was thought to have her primary dwelling place in the desert, where she loved to roam in full lioness body, and would from there send hot winds carrying disease and epidemics to destroy enemies. Memphis was, as mentioned, the main site of her religion, and places sacred to her were found throughout Egypt. But it was the desert where she sought her solitude. Bringer of disease, Sekhmet, who also was the great one of healing. Her magician priests were the greatest of healers, and her son Nefertem, the god of physicians. The same dualism occurs with respect to her role as goddess of fertility waters of life. Similarly, she is both goddess of war and goddess of love, and as the Flaming One, she had the capacity to totally destroy the subtle bodies and souls that there could be for the victim no afterlife, resurrection, or reincarnation. Yet Sekhmet was also the greatest protector of the dead in the underworld. The experience of the newly dead in the underworld was an important part of the mysteries of Sekhmet, as it was of some other Egyptian gods and goddesses. Would be initiates in profound trances experience themselves as dying and going into underworld, where much of what then befell them was believed by the Egyptians to be the same as what actually happens to the newly dead. One reason for this aspect of the mysteries was to remove from the candidates the fear of death, the full realization of one's potentials, and satisfactory progression along the way of the goddess being impossible until and unless such fear was excised. Some of the underworld experiences of the dead candidate were of fiends and vampires and other horrors also believed to await the actually dead. Those who could not overcome their fear of these terrifying beings were screened out, since the path of the magician priest would only result in madness, severe physical illness, and possibly death for those who could not overcome their fear in the trance death experiences. Those who did overcome fear of apparitions and eventually fear of death then could penetrate still deeper into the mysteries and perhaps eventually achieve full status as magician priest of Sekhmet. The goddess represents and contains within herself that same enormously powerful energy called Kundalini in Tantric and some other Indian traditions. Kundalini is the coiled serpent or feminine sexual energy, which is in both men and women. It is called the Shakti or power aspect of the individual. To properly exercise Shakti is to gradually burn away all impurities in the physical body, rejuvenating as well as purifying the body. Shakti is psychic energy capable of uniting with cosmic energy to fulfill the potential of a person and give those kinds of experiences typically associated with enlightenment. In the human orgasm, Kundalini is the supreme force. In the human organism, Kundalini is the supreme force. There is a tradition which says that there once existed an elaborate system of sexual mysticism and magic originating with Sekhmet and which later was lost, perhaps taken away by her. Important for this system were both the Kundalini energy and those centers of psychic energy known in India as chakras. The fact that the ancient Egyptians knew about chakras and Kundalini Shakti has been asserted by two of the world's leading authorities on myth, magic, and religion. Joseph Campbell, generally regarded as the world's foremost mythologist, described the evidence for the existence of this knowledge in Egypt in the January 1982 issue of the journal Parabola, and has also affirmed this in public lectures and conversations with the author, Kenneth Grant, leading authority on magic and head of the Ordo Templi Orientis, once personal secretary to Aleister Crowley, has identified the goddess Sekhmet with Kundalini and discussed the knowledge of the chakras in Egypt and personal communications to the author. The word Shakti is itself a Hindu derivation from the name Sekhmet. In the Sekhmet work, as in Tantric and other yoga practices, the main goal of merging Kundalini energy with cosmic consciousness is to realize oneself completely. That is, to actualize one's full potentials. In the way of the five bodies of Sekhmet, the raising of Kundalini is easier to achieve and not at all so devastating to the gross physical body and the mind, the bodies Afu and Ka, since it is only done by a person who has awakened and integrated the higher subtle bodies. Failure to first awaken and integrate the subtle bodies results in the familiar outcomes of the awakening of Kundalini, terrible suffering, and not infrequently madness, death, or both. Let the listener consider the case of Gopi Krishna. Concerning the goddess Sekhmet, more biographical information will become available from the scrutiny of some of her names and epithets. Something still should be said here, however, about statues of the goddess and also about the crucial importance for Egyptian magic and religion of idols and other representations of deities. No other deity of ancient Egypt is represented by so many large statues as is Sekhmet. Most of the existing large statues of the goddess were created by order of Amenhotep III, the 18th dynasty, 1411 to 1375 BC, and of those, most of the ones surviving are at Karnak. It has been estimated that the number of statues placed there was 572. Another very great but unknown number of large segment statues were placed by Amenhotep in and around his temple at Korne, on the opposite and western bank of the Nile at Thebes. This site is known today as the Komel Haitan. Why these monumental statues of the goddess exist in such unrivaled numbers has never been satisfactorily explained, although it is conjectured that they may have been promised to Sekhmet in her healing role or to terminate a pestilence. With respect to magical and religious power, it was not in so much monument that it resided, but rather in statues cared for and worked with in temples and other places of magical working. And the greatest power resided in certain, especially sacred small statues, what are sometimes called cultist images, fashioned accordingly to strict cosmic laws and intended for the most important rites and other purposes. Such an essential statue of a deity was kept in the innermost chamber of the temple, sacred to the god or goddess represented, and it was carefully guarded and tended by the priest. The essential statue is brought out only on special occasions, such as great festivals. It was usually not made of costly materials, but the deity was believed to be present in an unusually immediate and potent way, and through this statue carried out most communication with the priests. Such a statue had the capacity to heal, to overcome enemies, to perform a great many other magical and miraculous feats, but most important of all, to teach. The statue sometimes moved, for example, when performing the movement called harmu, the gesture of the head or hands designating some person as having been seized by the god, that is, selected for a special role or purpose. A god or goddess could also be communicated with means of less powerful statues, which were changed at regular intervals by means of magical religious rites. All of these magical statues and idols became more powerful and more they were worked with and worshipped. In considering the statues, it must be clearly understood that the idols are experienced not just as representations of a god, but as theophanies, as the living God. The god exists apart from the idol, of course, but it is through the images, the magical statue, or other objective work of art, when it is that the interaction of human with deity takes place. In addition to those material images, subtler mental visual images of the deity can also be worked with in magical religious practice. Both the material and mental image may serve as a means of awakening cognitive imagination so that the living goddess may be experienced in the visionary world. In other words, by means of the practice with objective and mental images, the practitioner may become a visionary able to penetrate into otherwise hidden spiritual dimensions. Such ability, however, is far from being all that is required of the magician priest, as the account of the way of the five bodies has been plain.
That's quite a bit there. What's up, Michelle? Oh, what's up, Michael? North Carolina, pretty awesome, pretty awesome. Uh, but yeah, we've been reading over this. I'm on page 42. The goddess Sekhmet, psycho-spiritual exercises of the fifth way. That's what we've been reading. I could imagine why Amenhotep had so many statues of Sekhmet around. I mean, like, she's very effective. She's had situations in the past, and I called out to her, and she's worked miracles. And whether that be the awakening of the five bodies within me, reaching out and connecting the magical aspect of life, the quantum aspect of life. And there's Sekhmet is truly that power is effective. And when I think about power, I always am considering how to use that in a blessing way, in a way that is beneficial for other people, in a healer's capacity. So, anyways, this coffee is certainly running through me today, so I will be back momentarily. Thank you to all the moderators and everybody else who's been assisting to a healthy chat. Purple Easter, what's up? There you go. What's up, Oz? Always loves, always, always. Yeah, it's actually pretty. Channel's had a bit of an evolution, a growth. We were getting just a bunch of people, and the chat was shambles, completely horrid. And it's better. Sometimes it gets pretty off. I mean, it's kind of hard to control. Like when like there's like 100 people like you comments like can't it's like but hey, we learn and improve each and every day, and that's what somebody taught me is like as long as you improve your environment just a little bit each day, just a little bit, then like it's going to be a good future. Things are going to progress positively for you, and that's the reality of life, awareness, and all that good stuff. Um, yeah. Yes, it was crazy. Anyways, where'd I put that? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, uh, one's that's the world certainly does want to block and deter an individual, and in life that comes in a multitude of forms and fashions. Life can be restored, and a person can have free will. And our world is certainly going through a change, that's for sure. My beliefs. I have a lot of videos. I have a lot of videos up and available, and my beliefs are real. It gets simple. See, people complicate even one belief, and they get lost, and then they get stuck in defending and all that. So I know that there's some big papa, some divine father out there, and I know that there's a divine mother out there. I know there's a big mama, big papa, and I know that they have a son, they have a child, son, daughter, I don't care how you put it, they have a child. I don't think their family stopped there. I really don't think so. And because I know that I have a mom and a dad out there, that I'm always learning and they're always teaching me something. I'm paying attention to the subtle nuances, the patterns that people only go, that's weird. Well, I'm keeping a tally of those moments, and I'm comparing the likenesses that each one had, and I'm paying attention to all those things. And so my beliefs grow and develop as I become ever more so aware of my world that I live within, which there are many great subjects and many great books and many great understandings. And so, no matter how complicated I may go down a rabbit hole, I always pull back to mom and dad and a sibling. Mom and dad and a sibling. That's what I got. That's what I roll back to. That's my belief. That's my hardcore foundation. One, two, three, me. Boom. It's us. We moving forward. And that's the way it is for the whole world. That's the way it is in my mind for every person, whether they can see it or not. And I'm not necessarily trying to, tell people that. I believe we are in an age where we need to embody something more than talk about something. And I'm not gonna. I used to be in religion, but like, I'm not gonna go knocking on your door and like, hey, you want to hear what I have to talk about? But in the age of what we got here, then well, boom, boom, use what we got. And for me, it's not so much about sharing that belief that I have, is more so about talking about our unconscious and what we think about, what we feel, all the stuff that people normally suppress. Anyways, names of the goddess Sekhmet. According to the magical tradition, there are some 4,000 names of the goddess Sekhmet. These names, sometimes also referred to as epithets, describe various aspects and attributes. Uh, Epithets describe various aspects and attributes of the goddesses, are titles, according to her, refer to events and places connected to her or relate to her in some other way. The names are thus valuable just as biographical materials, but they also have uses of much greater importance. This is true because each of the names is represented by another name or word of power. These words of power or hegel have many uses in doing the works of Sekhmet, including relating to the goddess and, for example, facilitating the practice of meditation. Again, according to the sacred tradition of the 4,000 names of the goddess Sekhmet, 1,000 names were known only to the gods, and another 1,000 uh, were known to the gods and some other higher non-human beings of the kinds known as angels and demons, or Rudaimons and Chordaimons, the highest among good and evil spirits. Of the remaining 2,000 names, 1,000 were accessible only to magician priests of the goddess, and according to their level of initiation. These were individuals who had made conscious and functional the Ku and Sahu, or the Ku or Sahu bodies. Of the remaining 1,000 names, 500 were known only to the magician priests and others who were on the path or way of the goddess. And again, those names which were known were taught in the terms of individual development or initiation. And the remaining 500 names were for the people. One name out of these 4,000 names was considered to be the highest and was known only to the goddess and a few other gods and goddesses, including her Anad, or the 8 associated deities, and to the ruling pharaoh, the king. There was also one other name known only to Sekhmet, by means which the goddess could modify her being and even cease to be. This possibility not to be distinguishes the gods and goddesses of Egypt from deities of other pantheons. Almost all of these names have now been lost to only a few hundred.
and have survived in ancient manuscripts. However, all of the 2,000 names accessible to the magician priests have been preserved in that cosmic memory bank or hall of records called the pharaonic line, and to which a few adepts may still be presumed to have some access. As mentioned, there are words of power, the Hegel, which can be uttered to evoke the goddess or attributes of the goddess described or suggested in the various names of the epithets. Those Hegel, which later came to be known in India as mantra or shabda, words of power and sacred sounds, were the names spoken of earlier as being known only to the gods, certain other non human beings, and the magician priests. They were, in fact, not words at all in the conventional sense, but sacred sounds accompanied in each case by an image, a posture, gestures, rhythms, and vibrations, and still other accompaniments, having only a single significance, and giving rise to no associations which might dilute the word of power. In addition to Hegel for the names of the goddess, there were Hegel for each of her bodies, her souls, and for other components of her being. And there were not only Hegel for the gods, but every being and thing in existence was named and could be affected through its name by anyone who had requisite knowledge to enable them to utter it with all the necessary accompaniments. The Hegel could affect all of being, and by naming, most of being was created, or in the beginning was the Word, as it has been put by the Hebrews. Thus, Hegel remains very largely the sacred of the gods, the secret of the gods, and most words of power known to magician priests are those names of the gods which serve the purpose of a particular god or goddess in a particular way. In the way of the goddess Sekhmet, those Hegel, those words of power which are made known, are provided by the goddess first of all and by teachers or magician priests to pupils or initiates. They are generally given for several purposes in addition to evoking the goddess in a particular aspect, or as a way of evoking in oneself certain qualities or attributes which represent some aspect of the goddess among these other purposes and effects. Achieving altered states of consciousness most suitable for realizing objectives, affecting other persons, for example, healing as a way of prayer and as a means for personal development. As with mantra, Hegel will be effective only if understood fully and executed perfectly. Otherwise, a potential word of power can be said 10 million times without the slightest result. Specifically, in Sekhmet's Way of the Five Bodies, a different name is assigned to each of the five bodies as the work progresses. In other words, in the beginning, names are assigned to the Alfu and the Ka bodies. Later, as the work successfully continues and the higher subtle bodies are made conscious and integrated with the other conscious bodies, then they are also named. In addition to this, each individual has one name given to that person by his or her teacher, which refers to the totality of that person's being. This is the essential magical and secret name of that person, and it must be guarded with extreme care. Anyone who knows that assigned name of that person has great power over them, power which can be used either constructively or destructively. When the pupil or initiate accepts or allows them or herself to be named, this is an act of great faith in the teacher or magician priest. On the other side, the one who names the pupil knows very well the severe karmic penalties involved in misusing the naming. The magical assigned name can be of great benefit to the person when it is used as a means of self actualization, used, for example, as a mantra in certain kinds of meditation. A teacher who gives the name to a pupil provides a name that contains and or represents the entirety of the being essence of that person. Thus, the name is much more than the person consciously is or has access to, since it contains both the latent potentials and the intellecti. As with the names of the gods and goddesses, the name has various elements. It has letters, a way it must be spoken, a posture from which it is spoken, and often gestures, a mudra, which accompany the speaking of the name, a feeling, tone, texture, and sometimes a variety of sensory images, in addition to the visual and auditory aspects. In addition to the name of the gods and goddesses, humans, and other kinds of beings, there are also, of course, words of power, which can be used for various purposes, such as, for example, manipulating or controlling natural forces. In some times and in many different countries and cultures, great emphasis is placed on Hathor, having to do with such creatures as animals, birds, snakes, fishes, and even insects. Even today in Indonesia, for instance, there are persons who have mastered Hekol for calling and controlling various animals and serpents, and who are willing to demonstrate this capability. In former times, American Indian shamans also are said to have possessed such ability to control animals, birds, and other creatures to a very high degree, while the same abilities are attributed to the magician priest of Hawaii. Carl Waz and Ali. This kind of power, while rare, is still to be found demonstrable by a few initiates in Africa and Central and South America. Returning now to the publicly known names and epithets of the goddess, which in that form are only latently Hekal, some of them do shed considerable additional light on Sekhmet's personality, as well as the myth, legends, and history associated with her, and the varieties of magical religious practices of Sekhmet's way. In the following enumeration of 100 names and epithets of the goddess, ones have been chosen for the purposes just mentioned, and also to provide some further acquaintance with the language of the names and to suggest the scope and diversity of what was named. The names have been taken from many sources, including the Sekhmet tradition and the writing of Egyptologists and others. In the case of the Egyptologists, the special tribute is due Dr. Sigrid Arik Hornes, whose dissertation Untersuchungen zu Wasur in Kurt der Gortinsarsmet was the first full-length study of the goddess Sekhmet. 100 names and epithets of the goddess. Read now slowly the names of the goddess, allowing time that will further improvise. Sekhmet, great one of magic. Sekhmet, mother of the gods, one who was before the gods were, lady of the place of the beginning of time, beloved of Ra, her father, beloved of Bast, her sister, beloved of Ptah, her husband, brother, at whose wish the arts were born, beautiful eye which giveth life to the two lions, beautiful face, image most beloved by art, flaming one, sovereign of Ra, her father, protectress of the gods, lady of the scarlet colored garment, pure one, destroyer of rebellions, eye of Ra, eye of Heru of Horus, preeminent one in the boat of millions of years, roamer of deserts, wanderer in the wastes, self contained, only one, awakener, lady of enchantments, opener of ways, lady of transformations, lady of the many faces, enrapturing one, giver of ecstasies, satisfier of desires, inspirer of males, victorious one in battle, overcomer of all enemies, ruler of the desert, ruler of serpents and of dragons, ruler of lions, complete one, sublime one, enlightener in power, sparkling one, great one of magic, lady of the magic lamp, mother of the dead, lady of the bloodbath, destroyer by plagues, great one of healing, destroyer by fire, lady of the waters of life, mistress and lady of the tomb, great one in the places of judgment and execution, guide and protectress from the perils of the underworld, great one of the place of appearance and silence, lady in the way of the five bodies, unrivaled and invincible one, ruler of the chamber of flames, the source, she whose opportunity escapeth her not, winged one, powerful of heart, the aware, the gleaming one, Sekhmet who reduceth to silence, Sekhmet who rouseth the people, lady of jubilation, adorable one, shining of countenance, mother of images, incomparable one, lady of intoxications, mightier than the gods, most beautiful, most strong, great one of laws, protectress of the divine order, the one who holds back darkness, warrior of goddess, goddess of love, great one in heaven, great servant on the head of her father, great one of the incense of the Adnan, great lady of the house of life, queen of the venerable ones, lady of the house of books, devouring one, Sekhmet of the knives, burner of the evildoers, one for whom evil trembles, terrible one, lady of all powers, eternal as her father, lady of the manifold adornments, most beautiful among the gods, bountiful one, Sekhmet who gives joys, unwavering, loyal one, beloved teacher, beloved Sekhmet. Oh, La Friday. Yeah, I. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, I can pull another card. I don't remember which card I pulled specifically for you. But yeah, I can definitely pull another card. What is the text? You want to read more on it? It seems, La Friday, that you're trying to reference something to my mind, and I'm not remembering. So if there's more detail or whatever, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna pull a card for you. That's for sure. The one you were. Oh, what I was just reading. Oh, gotcha. Um, I see. I'm on page 50. Oh, I was reading different qualities of the Divine Mother. When this live, when we're done with this live here, I don't know what, in a couple hours, an hour plus or so. Um, we're reading the Goddess Sekhmet, Psycho Spiritual Exercises of the Fifth Way. And so, like, the video will be available. I don't know, I think it's an hour or 2 hours after the live is done or something like that. And then it'll upload and you can replay it, listen to the entire book being read out. Um, but essentially, in these different qualities that of Sekhmet, uh, we've been expressing uh, or learning, I should say, today about the different aspects, the five bodies within the physical body, the Afu, just the flesh, the physical flesh, the bone, and so forth. Then we have the Ka, which is the mind that is aware of its body. We have the Ba, which is more of the spirit, that aspect. And then Sahu and the Ku, Khu. The Sahu and the Ku are more of divine aspects, and they each have like a different function or role of being. And off the top of my head, I forget which one is belongs in which area. But it was talking about the many different names of Sekhmet and how there used to be thousands of her name and only very few remain. And
as I was going over these different roles or titles or aspects of Sekhmet, who essentially is like the Divine Mother, um, I was remembering very much the hymns of other religious systems, in the Hindu form and otherwise, of which they have the Sahasranaman and other formats that mention the qualities and aspects of the gods and goddesses. Thank you, Chrissy. Look, Cody, appreciate that. And we're gonna pull a card for you here. Essentially, every single day on the channel, we have a playlist that's called Invisible College, and so every single day we go on and essentially, boom, that's the card, and essentially put these lives out so you can go back and watch them. We were doing 9 hour lives day back to back after back to back, and now we're doing 5 hour lives. Queen of Heaven, blessing from the divine Empress of the skies. This one is for you, La Friday. I know how to spell. There it is. I found it. Yes, Sekhmet from the Egyptian mythos. Absolutely, absolutely. Um, yeah. The Queen of Heaven, blessing from the divine Empress of the skies. The Oracle of the Queen of Heaven is a confirmation of your feminine leadership and spiritual authority, whether in male or female body. Alset means throne, and in her presence and blessing as divine empress of the skies, she offers initiates of the light, men and women, great feminine spiritual power. Feminine spiritual authority occurs when power is tempered with mercy, wisdom, compassion, and love. It is inspired spiritual leadership through the heart and a model of power and authority that is based in empowerment rather than force of or control. Paul said, Queen of Heaven calls you to ascend to the throne of feminine leadership within your own being, that you may fulfill your life mission and serve the divine feminine on this planet from a place of inner spiritual authority. This oracle is confirmation to step forward in leadership if you have been considering doing so. It might it might be in connection with others, especially if you also drew especially. But you are also to realize that you are a capable spiritual leader in your own right, as you trust in the divine feminine values within. This new model of power is not about assuming authority over another, but about living your truth and integrity and leading by authentic example. There is great power here and no false sense of responsibility for another, which could drain you and create dependency rather than growth in those you seek to empower through your leadership. You're encouraged to contemplate how you might step more fully into your own authority. Often, this requires that we make peace with the authority figures in our lives, past and present, and how we have experienced those relationships, whether as supportive, truthful, and empowering, or as disempowering, shaming, or perhaps minimizing or inflating our sense of grandiosity. Healthy relationships with authority figures help us recognize where we can learn and perhaps be mentored by another, and where we too can help others learn and grow. So I see everybody as a father, a brother, someone I can learn from. Anyways, through the eyes of the divine feminine, authority is not a question of hierarchy with one more authoritative over another who has less authority. It's rather more like a circle of life where we all have different awarenesses, abilities, and mastery to share with each other, together guiding each other into greater wholeness, each of us with our own spiritual responsibility for our growth and our own capacity to help others to the degree that we are willing and able. Making peace and authority figures, past and present, often involves pulling back the unconscious projection of our own authority, divinity, and strength upon those persons, seeing them as belonging to ourselves and allowing the other to be more human. It may involve recognizing the gifts and the human failings of the authority figure, and within ourselves in that moment, seeing the grace involved as two people with limited consciousness attempted a relationship. There will always be gifts and learning on both sides of a relationship. Allow and release of forgiveness that comes with compassion and the freedom that willingness to grow within brings, so that your relationship to the authority within and externally can be healed and transformed. But truly, in a very practical application in life, there's a lot of times when we do press forward, and pressing forward is very important to do. Very, very, very important to do. However, if we apply that good old age tactic of physical application, if somebody's attacking, if somebody's running at us with their attack, then we allow their energy to move forward, and all we got to do is just kind of slide and give a little push, and off they go, running into the wall or whatever. We didn't have to do anything. Like, just we let the energy go by. We didn't give it anything to fight with. The A lot of times we want to go and just power through. Other times, allowing someone to just kind of have their way allows them to run and figure out, that's not going to work. So we have both of those abilities in interacting with people or situations that are going on in our life. We can choose to really interact, to really step in front and interact that with that energy, and that means we're gonna twirl, we're gonna swirl, there's gonna be effect going on, or we can just step aside and let that energy move right on through. And at least for myself, this may not be where you're at all, maybe not, but for myself, some of those areas or environments prove to be like that. It's time for me to move on. Internalizing the image of the goddess Sekhmet. The experience you now are invited to participate in is intended to help you internalize the image of the goddess Sekhmet. When you've done this, you'll be better able to meditate on that image. And as you go into trance and encourage within yourself access to the goddess and her teachings,
And when the image is well internalized, then the work can be done independently of any object, such as a statue or photograph. However, it will be always useful to have access. However, it will always be useful to have access to such objects, especially ones created for the purpose of gaining access to Sekhmet and created by persons having knowledge of how to fashion such images. So, to some extent, the process of internalizing the image of the goddess has begun within you already. In the photographs that have been shared and that you may connect with independently, and the words that you have heard already, has taken a place not only in the conscious mind but also in the unconsciousness. It may be that already in your spiritual depths you have made a very strong response to Sekhmet, that your soul resonates to her image, to her idea. In order to intensify and deepen your experience of the goddess, in order that you may know in a more immediate and profound way the being of Sekhmet, the powers and essence of Sekhmet. So it's talking about choosing an image of Sekhmet to work with, right? So that's essentially what it's talking about here. So what I'm going to do in that image aspect is I'd like, if you care to follow this guided meditation, I'd like you to just simply envision a lioness, a lioness, uh, and that lioness is capable of communicating with you. I went on my own journey, and I've looked at a lot of images, and I have a lot of images around me. And one thing that I've greatly learned throughout my time is that it's not necessarily about a particular image as much as it is about what that image is representing and how one is connecting with the inside of the self. The image can, the initiate can get lost in an image, but the pursuit of love changes everything. And happy Mother's Day indeed. It's Mother's Day.
Hello Friday. Exactly. Think Purple Haze Tarot. Love that. This colors there. Although, yeah, it's resonating inside and going into reading a book, watching a movie, being in a state of and understand that trance is just a different state of the mind, perceiving information at a different level of consciousness. But when entering trance, it's about seeking within indeed. Did you have any other questions, LaFriday, on that card, or was that card sufficient for that I drew for you that I had commented on? Was that sufficient? Thinking of a story. Let's see. There was some Iliad. We are on book 12 of the Iliad. If you've been following with us for a few days, been reading a bit from this book each day. While Patroclus doctored Eurypylus, the battle raged on. The Greeks still had the protection of their trench and the wide wall above it they had built as the last line of defense for their ships. For the time being, when they built that wall and drove the trench around to protect their ships and all their plunder, they neglected to offer formal sacrifice to the immortal gods. Built against the will of the immortals, the wall could not endure for long. While Hector lived and Achilles raged and the city Priam was still unpillaged, the great wall of the Greeks stood firm. But when all the best Trojans had died and many Greeks had fallen or had left, and after 10 years Priam's city had fallen and the Greeks had sailed back to their native land, then Poseidon and Apollo conspired to sweep away the wall, bringing against it the might of all the rivers that flowed down from Ira's mountains to the sea. Rhesus and Hepatopterus, Carusus and Rhodius, Pharanicus and Atharpus, shining Scamander and Cernius, along the banks of which many bull-hide shields and helmets fell in the dust, and a generation of men who were half divine. Thorbuls Apollo turned all their mouths together, and for 9 days sent their flood against the wall. Zeus poured down rain continually, the sooner to wash the wall into the sea. The earth shaker led the way, holding a trident in his hands, and pushed into the waves all the foundations of beams and stones the Greeks had laid with toil. He made all smooth among the mighty Hellespont, and again covered the great shore with sand. The wall was gone. He turned the beautiful rivers back to flow in their original channels. This Poseidon and Apollo were to do in time to come, but now the battle raged on both sides of the well-built wall. The beams rang as they were struck, and the Greeks, swept back by Zeus, were pinned in with their ships, terrified of Hector, who had engineered the rout and who still fought like a howling wind. When hunters are out with their dogs, their prey, a wild boar or a lion, will suddenly feel its strength and turn. The men close their ranks like a wall and throw their javelins thick and fast. But the valiant animal stands its ground, and though its bravery will be its death, it charges the ranks of men, testing them, and where it charges, the men fall back. Hector kept urging his troops to cross the ditch, and his horses stood at its edge, whining, but would not advance. Spooked by the trench, too broad to leap and too difficult to drive over, the banks hung over the sides, and sharp stakes were planted in the farther higher edge. A formidable obstacle for a horse and chariot, but the foot soldiers were eager to give it a try. To that end, Polydamas drew up to Hector and said, Hector, the Trojan commanders all, it is not very smart of us to drive out our horses across this trench, not with those sharp stakes set in it, and the Greeks' wall just a little beyond. There's not enough space to dismount and fight, and we'll suffer heavy casualties if we try. If the Lord of Thunder has turned against them, and it is his will to help the Trojans, I would gladly see the Argives blotted out. But if they rally and we have to retreat and crash into the ditch, there won't be a man left even to bring the news back to the city. So this is what I say we should do. Let the squires hold the horses by the trench while the rest of us advance on foot in full armor. Massed behind Hector, the Greeks will not withstand us if the noose is tied around them. It was sound advice, and Hector took it. He vaulted to the ground in his armor, and the other Trojans followed his example. They instructed their drivers to keep the horses in good order by the ditch. The troops divided into 5 companies behind their commanders. Hector and Polydamas stood at the head of the 2 largest contingents, elite troops eager to break the wall and fight by the ships. Sebrones joined them in the command. Hector stationed a lesser man with his chariot. The second company was led by Paris, along with Agamemnon and Alacactus. Helenus and Derphorobus, sons of Priam, led the third contingent, joined by Osseus, Hieractor's son, whose huge stallions brought him from Arcebe and the river Celis. Arneas led the fourth contingent, Anchises' sons and the sons of Antenor, Thalorchus and Archidamus as his lieutenants, Sarpedon, commander of the allies, and picked Glaucus and Astrapius as his lieutenants, judging them to be the best. Next to himself, Sarpedon knew no peer. Masked behind their leather shields, the Trojans attacked, confident that nothing could stop them now from falling on the black ships. All of them followed Polydamas' strategy except for Osseus. This man, Hieracles' son, had no intention of leaving his horses behind with his squire, but chariot and all drove toward the ships and to his fate. Never in his glorious chariot dared to drive back to windy Ilion again with his proud horses. No, his destiny lay on the bronze point of Idomeneus' spear, making for the left wing of the beachhead camp, where the Greeks returning from battle entered with their horses and cars. Osseus drove up to the wide gate and found the doors, not yet shut and barred, but held open by men whose comrades were still returning from battle. Osseus drove straight for the gates, followed by his howling soldiers, confident that no Greek could keep them from his black ships now. This was all childness, for at the gates they found 2 of Greece's finest warriors, Lapith's spearmen, one a son of Peirithous, Polyportes by name, and the other Leornus, a match for brutal Ares himself. They were like a pair of oak trees planted before the high gates, these 2 trees that withstand wind and rain day after day with roots deep and strong. They met Asaeus' charge without tremor, these 2 Lapiths trusting the strength of their hands to beat off not only Asaeus but all his men too, who were lifting their leather shields high around their warlord and his captains. Iamenus and Orestes and Adalmus, who was Asaeus' son, Thurn and Arnorumas, the Lapiths, had been inside for some time, rousing the Greeks to fight in defense of their ships. But when they saw the Trojans attacking the wall and the Greeks in loud retreat, they rushed out to fight in the front gate. They fought like a pair of wild boars, holding off men and dogs in the mountains. slanting in their slash through trees, cutting them off at the root, and the clashing noise of their tusks rises above the general tumult until someone gets lucky with a spear. The polished bronze clashed in the Lapith's chests as they took his face on from the enemy. They fought strongly, confident in their might and in the support from those on the wall above who rained down stones from the fortifications in defense of their own lives, their huts, their ships, their seafaring ships. The stones fell like snow down to the ground, falling like flakes. A cold wind from his shadowy clouds drives thick and fast upon the bountiful earth. Not only stones, but everything that is thrown by men in war, a steady stream of missiles flowed from the hands of Greeks and Trojans alike. Helmets and embossed shields rang hoarsely like bells struck by rough stones. Anastasios, son of Hieractus, groaned, smacked his thighs, and like a man who has been wronged, spoke. Father Zeus, or should I call you arch deceiver? I never thought the Greeks had a chance against us. They're like a swarm of wasps or bees holed up in a hive they've built near a trail through the cliffs and defending their young against hunters. These men, even though they are only two, will not yield the gate until they kill or are killed. These words had no effect upon the mind of Zeus, who had decided to give all the glory to Hector. Other battles were being fought around other gates. Even if I were a god, I could not tell you all. Suffice it to say, there was a firestorm of stone all around the wall, and the Greeks were hard pressed to defend their ships, and that those gods who abetted the Greeks were sorely distressed. Over on the left, the Lapiths were fighting. Polyportes Peritius' son threw his spear through the bronze cheek piece of Damasus' helmet. The point splintered the bone and scrambled the gray stuff inside. He had been eager to fight. Polyportes killed Parlon and Ormenus next. Leonontus, meanwhile, was doing his own damage, hitting Hippomarchus in the belt with his spear, then darting through the crowd with his sword drawn, and stabbing Antiphates in close fighting, sending him sprawling backward on the ground. Then, in order, he brought Menor, Nearmonus, and Orestes down to earth's bounty. While the Lapiths stripped their victims bronze, the troops with Hector and Polydamas, for all their numbers and valor and their eagerness to break through the wall and fight by the ships, hesitated on the brink of the trench, paralyzed by an omen. An eagle overhead that skirted their front lines from left to right, clutching in its talons a huge scarlet snake, still alive and with plenty of fight left. Curling around, the snake struck at the eagle just below its neck, and in a spasm of pain, the great bird dropped it in the Trojans' ranks and flew off shrieking on a blast of wind. The soldiers shuddered at the glistening coils lying in their midst, a portent from heaven. Polydamas turned to Hector and said, Hector, you always lay into me an assembly, even when I give sound advice, since it will not do for a man of the people to cross you in council or in battle instead of adding to your strength. Even so, I will speak now as seems best to me. We should not fight the Danarans for their ships. It will turn out for us just as with this bird that came to the Trojans as they were eager to cross. It skirted their front lines from right to left, clutching in its talons a huge scarlet snake, but then let it fall before reaching its nest, and never brought it home to give to its young. It will be the same with us. Even if our forces break through the Greeks' wall and its gates, and the enemy falls back, we will find ourselves beating a disorderly retreat from the ships and leaving behind us many Trojans killed by the Achaeans in defense of their ships. This is how a soothsayer would respond, one who knows omens well and has the people's trust. Hector's bronze mask leaned toward Polydamas. I don't like the way you're talking now. You know how to speak better than this, but if you really mean what you say, the gods themselves must have addled your wits, telling me to ignore that thundering Zeus has asserted to me and held out to me. Birds? You want me to obey birds? Polydamas, I don't care which way birds fly, right to the sunrise or left to the dusk. All we have to do is obey great Zeus, Lord of the mortals and mortals alike. One omen is best, to fight for your country. Why should you be afraid to combat? Even if all the rest of us are killed at the guard of ships, you will be saved, since you don't have an ounce of fight in you. But if I catch you holding back from battle or talking anybody else out of fighting, you lose your life on the point of my spear. And he led them across the trench. To the noise of their advance, Zeus now added a wind from Ida's mountains that blew dust straight at the ships and the bewildered Greeks. The sky god was giving glory to the Trojans and to Hector. Trusting these portents and their own strength, the Trojans did their best to breach the wall, pulling down pickets and battlements. They threw them to the ground and set to work prying up the huge beams the Greeks had used to reinforce the wall with. They were dragging these out, hoping to topple the entire structure, but even then the Greeks refused to give way, patching the battlements with bullhide and beating off the invaders. Both Ajaxes were on the wall, patrolling it and urging on the troops, using harsh words, gentle words, whatever it took to get the men back into the fight. Friends, and I mean everyone from heroes to camp followers, no one ever said men are equal in war. There is work for us all. You know it yourselves. I don't want a single man to return to the ships now that you have heard the rallying cry. Keep the pressure on. Olympian Zeus may still grant us to drive the enemy back to the city. And they roused the Greeks to battle. Snow flurries fall thick on a winter's day when Zeus in his cunning rouses himself to show humans the ammunition he has. He lulls the winds and he snows and snows until he has covered all the mountain tops, headlands and meadows and men's plowed fields, and the snow falls over the harbors and the shores of the great sea, and only the waves keep it off. The rest of the world is enveloped in the winter tempest of Zeus. The stones flew thick upon the Trojans and upon the Greeks, and the wooden wall was beaten like a drum along its whole length. For all this, though Hector and his Trojans would never have broken the barred gates, had not Zeus roused his own son Sarpedon against the Greeks as a lion against cattle. Sarpedon held before him a perfect shield, its bronze skin hammered smooth by the smith who had stitched the leather beneath with gold all around the rim. Holding the shield and brandishing two spears, Sarpedon advanced. The mountain lion has not fed for days and is hungry and brave enough to enter the stone sheep pen and attack the flocks, even if he finds herdsmen on the spot with dogs and spears to protect the fold. He will not be driven back without a try, and either he leaps in and seizes the sheep or is killed by a spear, as human heroes are. Godlike Sarpedon felt impelled to rush the wall and tear it down. He returned to Glaucus and said, Glaucus, you know how you and I have the best of everything in Lycia. 6 cuts of meat, full cups, everybody looking at us as if we were gods. Not to mention our estates on the Xanthus, fine orchids and riverside wheat fields. Well, now we have to take our stand at the front where all the best fight and face the heat of battle, so that many an armored Lycian will say, so they're not inglorious after all. Our Lycian lords who eat fat sheep and drink the sweet wine know they're not strong, and fight with our best. Ah, my friend, if you and I could only get out of this war alive and then be immortal and ageless all our days, I would never again fight among the foremost or send you into battle where men win glory. But as it is, death is everywhere in more shapes than we can count, and since no mortal is immune or can escape, let's go forward either to give glory to another man or get glory from him. The Sarpedon Glaucus nodded, and the two of them moved out at the head of a great nation of the Lycians. Menstruus, Phaethio's son, saw them and shuddered. for they were advancing toward his part of the wall and bringing ruin with them. And Eleusis looked along the wall for a Greek captain who would be able to avert this disaster. He saw both Ajaxes who never seemed to tire, and Teucer who had just come from his hut. They were near enough, and there was no way to make a shout reach them, not with all the noise filling the air, the crash of shields and helmets, and the pounding of the gates, which were all closed now, and before each one of which the enemy stood, trying their best to break them and enter. So Menestheus turned to the herald Theodorus. Run, Theodorus, and call Ajax, or better yet, call both of them. All hell is going to break loose here. The Lycian leaders are bearing down on us, and they've been awfully tough in the big battles, and the fighting is too heavy for them both to come. At least get Telamorny and Ajax here, and Teucer too, who is good with a bow. And the herald was off, running along the wall until he came to the two Ajaxes, to whom he said, My lords Ajax, captains of the Archaeans, the son of Bethuel, nurtured of Zeus, bids you come make a stand, however briefly, in the battle there. Both of you would be best, since all hell is going to break loose there. The Latvian leaders are bearing down on us, and they've been awfully tough in the big battles. If the fighting is too heavy for both of you to leave, at least let Telamorny and Ajax come, and Teucer too, who is good with a bow. Telamorny and Ajax heard the herald out, and said to his Orlean counterpart, Ajax, stay here with Lycomedes and keep these Ganarans in the fight. I'm going to take a stand over there. When I've helped them out, I'll come back here. Big Ajax left, and with him Teucer, his natural brother, and Pandion, who carried Teucer's curved bow. Moving along the inside of the wall, they came to Menestheus' sector, and to Mid hard pressed. The Lycians were swarming up the battlements like black wind. The Greeks pushed back with a shout. In the combat that ensued, it was Telamorny and Ajax who first killed his man, Sarpedon's comrade Epicles, hitting him with a jagged piece of marble that lay on top of a heap of stones inside the wall there. You couldn't find a man alive now who could lift that stone with both hands, but Ajax swung it high and hurled it with enough force to shatter the four-horned helmet and crush Epicles' skull inside. He fell as if he were doing a high dive from the wall, and his spirit left his bones. Then Teucer hit a fast-charging Glaucus with an arrow, for he saw his arm exposed. This stopped him cold, and he looked back from the wall, hiding his wound from Greek eyes and his pride from their taunts. It pained Sarpedon to see Glaucus withdraw, but it didn't take away any of his fight. He had Alcmaeon, son of Thestor, with a spear, jabbing it in, and as he pulled it out again, Alcmaeon came forward with it, falling head first and landing with a clatter of finely tooled bronze. Sarpedon wrapped his hands around the battlement and pulled. The whole section gave way, exposing the wall above and making an entrance for many. Ajax and Teucer attacked him together. Teucer's arrow hit his shield's bright belt where it slung across his chest. But Zeus beat off the death spirits. He would not allow his son to fall by the ships. Big Ajax leapt upon him at the same moment, thrusting his spear into Sarpedon's shield, but could not push the point through. He did make him reel backward, though. Sarpedon collected himself a short distance back from the wall. He was not giving up. His heart still hoped to win glory here. Wheeling around, he called to his godlike Lycians. Lycians, why are you slacking off from the fight? Do you think I can knock this wall down alone and clear a path to the ships? Help me out here. The more men we have, the better the work will go. The Lycians cowered before their warlord's rebuke, then tightened the ranks around him ever more. The Greeks strengthened their positions on the wall and steeled themselves for a major battle. For all their strength, Lycians were unable to break the wall, nor could the Greek spearsmen push them back once they were close in. They fought at close quarters, like two men disputing boundary stones in a common field and defending their turf with the measuring rods they had brought with them to stake their claims. Likewise, the Trojans and the Greeks separated by the palisade and reaching over it to hack away at each other's leather shields. Many were wounded, mostly those who turned their unprotected backs to the enemy, but many threw their shields too, until the wooden wall dripped with the blood of soldiers from both sides. But the Trojans could do nothing to drive the Greeks back. An honest woman who works with her hands to bring home a meager wage for her children will balance a weight of wool in her scales until both pans are perfectly level. So too this battle until Zeus exalted Priam's son Hector first to penetrate the Achaean wall. His shout split the air. Move, Trojans, let's tear down this Greek fence and make a bonfire out of their ships. They heard them, all right, and swarmed right up the wall, climbing to its pickets with spears in their hands, while Hector scooped up a stone that lay by the gates, a massive boulder tapering to a point. It would take two men to heave it onto a cart, more than two as men are now, but Hector handled it easily alone. Zeus lightened it for him so that the stone was no more to Hector than the fleece of a ram is to a shepherd who carries it easily in his free hand. This was how Hector carried it up to the gates, a set of heavy double doors solidly built and bolted shut by interlocked inner bars. Standing close to those towering doors, Hector spread his feet to get his weight behind the throw and smashed the stone right into the middle. The hinges broke off, and the stone's momentum carried it through, exploding the doors and sending splintered wood in every direction. Hector jumped through, a spear in each hand. His face was like sudden night, and a dark gold light played about the armor that encased his zealous bones. No one could have stopped him except the gods, and his immortal leap through the ruined gate, and his eyes glowed with fire. Wheeling around in the throng, Hector called to his Trojans who needed no persuasion to scale the wall, those who couldn't swarmed through the gate, and the Greeks en route to their hollow ships with a noise like the damned stampeded into hell. After Zeus had brought Hector and the Trojans to the Greek ships, he left the combatants to their misery and turned his luminous eye far away, scanning the horse country of Thrace, the Mysians who fought in tight formation, the Hippomolgi whose diet is mare's milk, and the Arabi whose righteous of humans, and turned his eyes no more to Troy. He never dreamed that any of the immortals would go to help the Trojans or the Greeks. But Poseidon wasn't blind. He sat high on the topmost peak of wooden Samothrace, marveling at the war going on beneath him. He could see all of Irda and Priam's city and the Greek ships from where he sat. The sea crawled beneath him. He pitied the Greeks being beaten by the Trojans, and he was furious with Zeus. Three enormous strides took him down the craggy mountain, and each footfall sent tremors through the wooded massif as the immortal sea god descended. A fourth step took him to his goal, Arge, where his fabulous palace was built, shimmering gold in the depths of the bay. He harnessed to his chariot a team of horses, bronze hooved, gold maned, and swift, and clothed himself in gold, and gripped his golden whip, and stepped onto his chariot, and went driving over the waves. The sea parted in joy before him, and all its denizens frolicked beneath him, acknowledging their lord. The chariot flew on. The bronze axle below never got wet, and the prancing horses took Poseidon to the Archean ships. A wide cave is submerged in the deep water midway between Tenedos and rocky Imbros. The Earthshaker reined in his horses there, unhitched them, and threw out ambrosial fodder for them to eat. And he put hobbles of gold on their feet so that they would wait there until their master returned. Then he went off to the Greeks. The Trojans were swarming behind Hector like flame or rumbling wind, and their hounds expressed their belief they would take the ships of the Greeks and kill beside them all the best. But Poseidon circles the earth and shakes it had emerged from the sea to urge on the Argives. He assumed the form and voice of Calchas and spoke to the Ajaxes who were ready to hear. You two men will save the Greek army if you just summon your strength and don't panic. The Trojans aren't invincible. The Greek line will hold everywhere else they've climbed the wall. It's only here that I have a premonition. We might be hurt, where a firestorm rages in the person of Hector, son of Zeus, as he says. May some god put in your hearts the will to stand firm yourselves and encourage the others. You could force Hector back from the ships then, even if the Olympian is behind his charge. And the Lord of Earthquake struck them both with his staff and pumped strength into them, lightening their limbs and their hands and feet. And the god himself rose like a hawk that lifts itself from a sheer precipice and soars downward after another bird. So Poseidon was gone across the dusty plain. Orlean Ajax took all this in first and said to Ajax, son of Telamon, that was one of the Olympian gods, Ajax, disguised as the seer, ordering us to fight, not Calchas himself, who reads birds for us. I could tell from the tracks he made when he left. Gods are easy to recognize. As for me, I never felt readier for battle. I'm itching to fight all the way down to my fingers and toes. Telamonian Ajax answered him, me too. I can't wait to wrap my hands around a spear. I'm all pumped up and my feet are flying beneath me. Bring on Hector, just me and Priam's fighting machine. That was how they talked to each other, feeling the joy the god put in their hearts. Meanwhile, the Earthshaker was rousing the Greeks who were catching their breath to their rear by the ships. They were all done in by the hard fighting and couldn't take it when they saw the Trojans clambering over all the walls in droves. They watched helplessly, tears in their eyes, and thought it was the end. But the Earthshaker slipped in among them and gave heart to the troops. Teucer first, then Leitus, the hero Peneleus, Thoas and Dipyrus, Merones and Antilochus. He came to them, and his words had wings. Shame on you, Argives, to think I trusted you raw recruits to fight for our ships. If you're backing off when the going gets tough, then this is the day we get beaten by the Trojans. I can't believe what is before my eyes. A disaster I thought you'd never happen. The Trojans going for our ships. Up until now, they've been like spooked deer that dodge through the woods to become dinner for jackals, panthers, and wolves, totally defenseless, no fight in them. That's how the Trojans have been with us, unwilling to offer the slightest resistance. But now they're out fighting for our hollow ships because, thanks to our leader's cowardice and dissension in the ranks, we would rather be killed beside our seagoing vessel than defend them. But even if Agamemnon is completely to blame for all this because he dishonored Achilles, that's no reason for us to slack in war. Let's do what good men do and make amends. It's no longer right for you to go slough off. Not you, our army's best. I wouldn't bother with some sad sack who was sitting out the war, but with you I couldn't be angrier. You've gone soft, and the upshot of your laxness is going to be worse trouble to come, and soon. Don't you remember what shame is or retribution? Do you think this is some minor skirmish? This is Hector showing his strength. He's smashed the gates open and has taken the war to our ships. In this way, the earthshaker roused the Atikians. The columns that formed around the two Ajaxes were so tight they could have passed inspection from Ares or from Athena, the soldier's goddess. These were hand-picked troops, Greece's best, who awaited the Trojans and godlike Hector, spear on spear, shield overlapping shield. They stood helmet to helmet, the horsehair plumes on the burnished crests brushing each other when they nodded, and when they shook their spears, the shafts tickered against each other. Their minds were fixed on the fight ahead of them. The Trojans closed the ranks and charged. Hector led them, driving straight ahead like a boulder from a cliff. A river swollen by the winter rains will push a stone from a high crest, breaking it loose from its foundation by the sheer force of the water. The stone knows no shame as it curves downstream, bounding high. The woods echo its sound, and nothing can stop it until it reaches level ground, but then it rolls no more. So too with Hector. For a while he threatened to cut his way to the sea through the ships and huts, killing as he went. But when he hit the Greek line, he was stopped cold, and the son of the Atikians, thrusting his sword and spears, pushed him back. Shaken, Hector gave way, but his voice boomed out to the Trojans and their Lycian allies. Stand your ground, men. This tight Greek formation cannot contain me. They'll fall back under my spear, all right, if it's true that the best of the gods, Hera's thundering husband, has urged me on. Hector's speech roused their enthusiasm. Dephobos, Priam's sons, throwed out, almost danced out, behind the disk of a shield. Myrornis took aim at him with a polished spear and cast. The spear hit the taut bull's hide but didn't pierce it, the long shaft shattering at its metal socket. The Ferobles held the shield at arm's length, afraid the point will come through. Myrornis made his way back to his own people, angry because he had been cheated of victory and had broken his spear. He made his way back through camp to retrieve a spear from his hut. The others fought on in the eye of war. Teucer, son of Telamon, killed his man first. The spearman Imbrius, his father Mentor, raised horses, and he lived in Perdermium before the war with his wife Mericaste, one of Priam's bester daughters. When the Danadans came with their curved ships, he moved back to Ilion and had quarters in the house of Priam, who accorded him the same honor as his own natural children. Teucer jabbed his spear to his jaw, and when he pulled it out, Imbrius fell. He fell as an ash tree falls, a tree that is the landmark on a mountain crest, and when it cuts through with bronze axes, it brings all its soft leafage down to the ground. Embraeus' tool and bronze clattered around him, and Teucer rushed up to relieve him of it. Hector cast at the moving target he made, but Teucer had his eye on the bright spear and managed to dodge it. No matter, it hit Amphimachus instead, whose lineage went back through Citruus to Arcaserian, square in the chest as he entered battle. He crashed to the ground, bronze clattering, and Hector ran up to rip the helmet from Amphimachus' noble head, but he didn't get that far. Big Ajax lunged with his spear as Hector charged. The point never reached his bronze cast skin, but it struck Hector's shield with enough force to drive him back from both fallen bodies, which the Greeks proceeded to drag away. Two Athenians, Theutius and Menetheuus, pulled Amphimachus off to the Greek side, while the two Ajaxes did the same for Imbrius. Two lions have snatched a goat from snarling dogs and carrying it off through thick underbrush, holding it in their jaws high above the ground. They held Imbrius high and stripped him. When they got the armor off, only an Ajax, angry for Amphimachus, lopped off his head and whirled it like a ball through the crowd. It fell in the dust before Hector's feet. Poseidon was pulsing with anger. His son's son had fallen in the hard fighting. He went through the ships and huts to rally the Greeks in to build trouble for the Trojans. Idomeneus, the great spearman, bumped into him as he came from a friend who had been wounded, a gash in the knee, and carried out of battle. He had just briefed the medics and was going back to his hut, anxious to return to the fight, when the Earthshaker spoke to him, listening, his voice to that of Andraemon's son, though as Lord of Ploan and Steep Caledon, and honored as a god by the Aetolians there. Adameneus, you, the Cretan commander who has happened to all the threats the Greeks once issued against the Trojans, and Edamoneus, commander of the Cretans, though as there's not a Greek here at fault, as far as I know, we're all experienced. No one has panicked. No one has deserted. My guess is that it is great Zeus's pleasure that the Atticans die a nameless death here, far from Argos. But look, though as you have always held your own in battle and now you're rallying others, keep it up. Don't let anyone hang back from the fight, and Pulsarian who shakes the continents. Adamiornius, may the man who willingly shirks battle today never return from Troy, but become a rage bone for the dogs of Ilion. Get your armor on and let's head out. We have to work together and do our best to help out, even though we are only two. Teamwork makes even riffraff do well, and you and I know how to fight with the best. He spoke and returned, a god to men's toil. When Eramioneus reached his well-built hut, he strapped on his armor, took two spears, and walked out like a lightning bolt that Zeus shakes down from Olympus' glare is a sign to humans, blinding forks of light. The bronze on this hero's chest as he ran, Mnemosyne, his second in command, met him near the hut, where he was going to get a spear for himself, and Mnemosyne boomed out at him. Mnemosyne, son of Molus, old friend, what's the sprint away from the battle? Are you wounded? Were you nicked, or do you have a message for me myself? I'm not sitting in the huts, but for fighting. And Merones, who knew what to say, I came here for a spear, Merones, if there are any left in your hut. The one I had shattered when it hit Elfribu's shield, and Merones, the Cretan commander. Spears? You can have 20 if you want, standing along the white plaster wall as you go in. Spears I take off Trojans. I kill in close combat. I have plenty. Shields too, and helmets and breastplates. Merones knew how to respond. The hut by my tarred ships is also filled with Trojan spoils, but it's not close by. I know what it means to fight up front and win my share of glory in war. There might be one or two Greeks around who haven't noticed, but not you. And this Cretan commander, I know you're good. Why talk about it? Look, suppose we were all lined up for an ambush. At times like that, it's obvious who has what it takes and who doesn't. Your coward will turn 10 shades of green. He's unsteady, shifting his weight from one foot to another. His heart thumps so loud you can hear it, and his teeth chatter as he keeps imagining his death. The brave man, though, doesn't blanch and is not too afraid when he gets in position. His only prayer is to get on with the battle at a time like that no one would slight you. If you were hit in the battle or took a shot, it wouldn't be in the back or the neck, but in your chest or belly as you came on, hard in the front lines. Come on, though. Let's not stand around talking like kids. Someone might see us and really blow up. Go on in and get yourself a spear. Merones ducked into the hut, got a spear, and followed Eramiornius intent on war. Ares himself sometimes goes to war and takes with him his son Raut, who is as valiant as his father, and can turn even the bravest man to flight. They arm themselves and go forth from Thrace to join either the Ephyri or the Phrygians, but do not really care which side wins. Thus the two human captains going to battle in their bronze mail is saying to Aramodnius, where to, son of Deucalion? Should we enter on the right, center, or left, where the Greeks will likely need help the most? And in Myrtinius, the Cretan commander, we have some good defense in the central ships. Both Ajax's and Teucer, our best bowmen, and a good man in hand-to-hand combat. These will give Hector all he wants and more. No matter how tough he is, he'll be fighting uphill all day trying to beat them back and burn the ships, and won't be able to unless Zeus himself throws a torch on the holes. Ajax won't yield to anything human, and that's for sure. Anything that eats bread can be spilled with bronze or crushed with stones. He wouldn't even give way to Achilles, not in a close fight anyway, although no one could touch Achilles in the open field. As for us, let's do as you suggest and go to the left so we can find out whether we'll give glory to another or another to us. He spoke in Merones, moving like Ares, led the way to the left side of the camp. When the Trojans saw Eramiones and his lieutenants in their buffed armor, it was as if they had spotted a fire. Calling to each other, they converged on the pair, another knot in the battle by the sterns of the ships. Howling winds with gusts up to 50 on a day when the gravel roadbeds are dry will raise up indiscriminate clouds of dust. That was how they closed with each other, and all their blind desire was to shred flesh with dropped bronze. Yes, squinting against the glare of helmets and corselets just polished that morning, and the confusion of shields like so many suns shining through a bristling forest of spears. It was glorious to see if your heart were iron, and you could keep from grieving at all the pain. There were two strong sons of Cronos out that day with the opposing purposes as to which human heroes they should afflict. Zeus planned victory for Hector and the Trojans to honor Achilles. He had no desire to destroy the Greeks on Troy's dusty plain, but meant only to honor Thetis and her son. Poseidon, rising secretly from the grey salt sea, went among the Greeks, urging them on, hastening to see them beaten by the Trojans, and was strongly resentful to his brother Zeus. They were born on the same stock, but Zeus was born first and he knew more, and so Poseidon avoided giving aid openly, but spurred on the Greeks disguised as a man. So these two tightened the cords of war and tied around each army in turn, a knot that brought many down to their knees. Edomoneus, hair flecked with gray and yelling for Greeks to back him up, jumped at the Trojans and scattered them with his first kill. This was Orpheus, who from Carysus was one of Troy's inner circle smelling war. He had come to the capital and asked to marry Priam's most beautiful daughter, Cassandra herself, promising no wedding gift, but one great deed, that he would drive the Greeks from Trojan soil. Old Priam promised her with a nod of his head, and Orthiurnos, putting his faith in promises, went out to fight, swaggering along. He made a perfect target for Araminus' spear, which lodged in his belly under his useless corslet. He fell heavily, and Araminus taunted him. You'll be the happiest man on earth, Orpheus, if you accomplish all you promised Dardanian Priam. We hear he promised you his own daughter. He could match his offer, you know, and give you Agamemnon's loveliest daughter. Ship her here from Argos for the wedding, if only you'd switch to our side and conquer Troy. Come on over to the ship so we can negotiate this marriage. You'll find we offer easy terms. And he started to drag him off by one leg through the crowd, but Asius came to the dead man's aid, advancing on foot just in front of his horses, which his charioteer drove so closely behind him that their breath warmed his neck. He never got off the shot he wanted. Eramioneus was too quick, catching him in the throat beneath the chin and slicing the bronze clean through. Asilius fell. A tree oak, say, or popular spreading pine, falls in the forest when carpenters cut it down with their bright axes to be the beam of a ship. Osseous lay before his horses and chariot, groaning heavily and clawing the bloody dust. His charioteer lost his wits completely, and in the terror didn't have enough of a nerve to turn the horses around and run for it. Antilochus stitched him through the belly, a neat shot just below his corslet, and he fell gasping from his crafted chariot. Antilochus drove the horses back to the Greeks. Deiphobus took Asilius' death hard. He closed in on Adamionus and Cas, but Adamionus saw his shot all the way and ducked behind a shield, a huge double oval of leather and bronze fitted with two rods. Deiphobus' spear grated on the rim and sailed over, but with all of Deiphobus' weight behind it, kept going and hit Hypsenior, Hipparchus' son, in the liver. His knees buckled, and Deiphobus crowded over him. Asclepius is avenged. When he goes down to Hades' cold gates, he can be glad that at least I have sent him some company. The Greeks winced at this boast, and no one more so than Antilochus would did what he could for his fallen comrade, standing over him and sheltering him with his shield until two of his men, Mercetius and Alastor, bore Hypsenor, groaning heavily to the hollow ships. Eramilnius was still going strong, doing his best to get the drop on some Trojan or just found himself against the general menace when the hero Alacothus appeared before him. This man, son of Hephaestus, beloved of Zeus, had married Anchises' daughter, Hippodarmia, darling of both her parents, beloved, clever with her words, and wise, and now wife of the best man in all of Troy. This Alcathous Poseidon now mastered, putting a spell on his shining eyes and paralyzing him so that he stood rooted in the spot like a gravestone or tree, unable to move or dodge the spear that Etemeneus now put through his chest, cleaving the bronze breastplate that had always protected his flesh from fatal harm, but that now rasped dryly around the wooden shaft. He fell backward, the spear point fixed deep in the still beating heart, so that the upright shaft quivered a while until at last Ares put its fury at ease. Elmyornus gloated over him loud and long. Are we even yet, Ephobius, 3 deaths for one? Do you want to boast some more? Why don't you get out here and face me so you can see a true descendant of Zeus? Minos, my grandfather, was seen overlord of Crete by his divine will, and his son Deucalion fathered me, lord over many in the wide land of Crete, and now the ships have brought me here as a curse to your father and the other Trojans. He spoke, and Deiphobus couldn't decide whether he should step back and get help or take Etemeneus on by himself. He decided he'd better go to Arneas, and found him in the rear and the last man there, angry as always with Priam, who utterly failed to honor his worth. Deiphobus drew near, and his words flew fast. Arneas, counselor of the Trojans, Alcathous is down, and you have to help if you have any feeling at all for a kinsman. Your sister's husband cared for you when you were little. Come on, let's go. Etemeneus has killed him with a spear. This wrung Aeneas hard, and he moved up to find Etemeneus. The war mattered to him now a great deal. Etemeneus was not one to run like a spoiled child, but stood his ground. A boar in the mountains is sure of his strength, and when the gangs of hunters try to flush from out in some desolate spot, he waits as they come, bristling his back, eyes blazing, whetting the tusks he will use to scatter the men and their dogs. Admetus, famed for his spear, waited as Aeneas came on. He didn't yield an inch, but he called to his friends Ascalphus, Apharus, Deferdius, Mirodnes, and Antilochus, masters of the war cry. His words flew out to them as he urged,
Come help me out, friends. I'm best myself and scared to death of this Arneas who's closing in fast. He's a hell of a fighter and in his prime. If we were his age and in the mood we're in, I'd be over fast. He he might still win big, but so might I. And they closed ranks, locking their shields opposite them. Arrhabaeus called to his comrades, to Deiphobus and Paris and Agamemnon, his peers in the Trojan command. Their troops flocked behind them, sheep following rams from pasture to water. The shepherds will joy. Arrhabaeus that grew when he saw a nation of soldiers at his back. They fought over Arcarthus with their long pikes, and the bronze plate of their chests rang like gongs, and above them all two men at Myrnus and Aeneas, like gods of war, strained to shred each other's flesh with cold metal. Aeneas cast first, but Myrnus, watching him all the way, sidestepped the missile, which launched by a strong arm, but with nowhere to go, burrowed quivering into the earth. And Myrnus throw hit Adamyodamas full in the belly, smashing the plates on his corslet and letting his entrails gush through the hole. He fell, drawing at the dust at Adamyodamas' spear, casting a long shadow on the plain. He pulled it from the corpse, but could not get another armor off with all the pressure he was under. The veteran could no longer trust his feet in a charge, either to follow his own throw or dodge another's, and so unable also to get away quickly. He had no choice but to stand and fight and beat off the pitiless day of doom. As he inched his way back, Deiphobus, whose anger toward him had not lost its edge, took a shot at him. His spear burned the air but missed Myrnus again, hitting instead Acarthus at his son, stitching his shoulder. He fell to the ground and clawed at the dust. Ares as yet knew nothing of his son's fall. The blaring god sat down, goading clouds on Olympus' peak, constrained from war by Zeus's will, along with the other immortals. The fighting began over Ascalaphus' body. Theophilus managed to tear off his helmet, but dropped when he was hit in the arm by Myroni's spear. It fell with a clang. Myrone sprang again like a vulture, pulled a spear out of Theophilus' arm, and drifted back into the ranks. Polites, Theophilus' brother, wrapping his arms around his waist, escorted him out of harm's way into the rear, where his horses stood, waiting to pull him, groaning in his ornamented chariot, back to the city, blood dripping from his arm. The rest fought on, drowning in their own noise. Arneas jumped. Apharus Cariator's son, and having a good angle on his throat, sliced through it with his spear. Apharus' head sank to one side, and his helmet clanged on his shield as death hammered at his soul like a tinsmith. Antilochus, waiting for his moment, caught Thun turning his back. His quick thrust severed the vein that runs up the cheek, and Thun was left supine in the dust, stretching his arms out to his comrades. Antilochus leapt on top of him and began unbuckling the armor from his shoulders, keeping an eye on the Trojans who circled him. They kept poking at his big, bright shield from every direction, but couldn't stick a point into his flesh. This, the doing of Poseidon, who guarded Nestor's son with all his power, no matter the spear points around him. Antilochus was constantly engaged with the enemy, his spear never at rest, but always quivering with his desire to cast or thrust it home. He was taking dead aim at someone in the wrong when Adarmus, Asarius' son, zeroed in on him and hit his shield from point blank range. The blue maned sea god canceled the shot and denied it the life of Antilochus. Half the spear struck in the shield like a charred stake. The other half lay on the ground. Adamas knew fate when he saw it and backed away, but Meroneus went after him, and his throw caught Adamas where Ares hurt men most, sticking him between the navel and the genitals.
He doubled over, leaning into the shaft, and writhed and twisted the way a bull will when mountain men tie it and drag it along. So too Adamas, but only for a while, until the hero Merornes drew the spear from his gut. Then darkness drifted like a veil on his eyes. In the hand-to-hand fighting, Helenus hit Deferius' temple with a huge Thracian sword, ripping the helmet from his head and sending it rolling through the combatant's feet until one of the Greeks scooped it up. By then, Deferius' eyes had gone black. The son of Atreus took his death hard. Menelaus was good at the war cry, and he strode menacingly toward the Trojan hero, brandishing a sharp spear as Helenus drew back his bow. They each shot at once, the spear and arrow crossing in mid-air. Helenus needing arrow going on to hit Menelaus' breastplate and clang off the bronze. Think of dark beans or lentils bounding up from the broad shovel a winnower wields in a great threshing floor swept by shrill winds. Thus the arrow that ricocheted off Menelaus' corslet and went flying away, but Menelaus' own shot wasn't wasted. The sharp spear point hitting Helenus' bow hand and going through it into the polished wood. He fell back among his comrades, avoiding death, the ashwood spear trailing from his hand until great Agamemnon pulled it out for him and bound the hand with a strip of twisted wool, a sling actually, from his squire's kit. Pisander now made straight at Menelaus' death, drawing him on toward his fated end to be killed by you, Menelaus, in the melee. When they were within range of each other, they each cast Menelaus' spear, missing wide, Pisander's hitting his shield but shattering at the socket against the metal face. Pisander still had hope for victory, and when the son of Atreus leapt at him with his silver-studded sword, Pisander drew from beneath his shield an axe of fine bronze with a long haft of polished olive wood. They struck each other at the same moment, Pisander's axe hitting Menelaus' helmet on the horn just beneath the horsehair plume. Menelaus' sword smashing Pisander's brow just above the nose. The bones snapped, both eyeballs popped out in blood and dropped at his feet in the dust, and Pisander doubled over and fell. Menelaus put his foot on his chest, and Nancy ripped off his armor and gloated over him. "All you Trojans will be leaving our ships like this, you arrogant bastards. You can't get enough of fighting, can you? Can't get enough of abusing people as you've abused me. No room in your heart for the anger of Zeus, the Lord of thunder, God of hosting guests, whose wrath will destroy your towering city. You came and took my bride, made off with all my stuff, and after you were her guest, and now you're all hot to burn our ships, cut us off from the sea, and kill our men, but you won't for all your eagerness to fight Father Zeus. They say you are the wisest of gods and men. Yet all this flows from you. Somehow you honor these violent men, these Trojans with their reckless strength and insatiable appetite for the horrors of war. When it comes to getting enough, everyone else would rather have all they want to sleep or love, or sweet song or fine dancing. But the Trojans are gluttons for war and cannot get enough. Thus Menelaus, as he stripped off the last bit of bloody gear and gave it to his men, then went back and took his place in front. He was attacked immediately by Harpalion, who followed his father, King Palamedes, to Troy and the war, but never returned home. His spear hit Menelaus' shield from close range, but not hard enough to go through. Unnerved, Harpalion drifted back to his comrades, glancing warily over his shoulder, half expecting to feel bronze in his skin. As he retreated, Meror shot at him the bronze-tipped arrow hit his right buttock, sliding beneath the bone, and hit into his bladder. Harpalion sank into his comrade's arms and breathed out his life, stretched on the ground like an earthworm in a pool of black blood. The Paphlagornians tended to him and took him on a chariot to sacred Ilion in sorrow. His father went with them, weeping. Nothing would ever replace his dead son. Paris was enraged at his killing among the Paphlagonians. Harpalion had been his host, and in anger for his sake he let fly an arrow tipped with bronze, and a man named Ursnior got in its way. He was the son of the prophet Polyodus, rich with estates in Corinth, a good man. When he boarded the ship for Troy, he knew well he was embarking on death, for his father, old Polyidus, had told him often that he must die of painful disease at home, or be killed by Trojans amid Achaean ships. He chose to avoid both the heavy Greek fine for avoiding service and the loathsome disease. Paris' arrow hit him behind his jawbone. His soul crawled out, and the world went dark. The fight went on like wildfire burning. Hector, whom Zeus loved, did not know that on the left side of the ships his army was succumbing to the Greeks, who were not far from winning the day. The god who laps the earth and makes it tremble was urging them on and adding his own strength to their efforts. Hector was still where he had first burst through the gate and shattered the Greek ranks, close to where Ajax's and Proteus ships were drawn up on the beach of the Grey Salt Sea, and the wall was lowest. Horses and men fought furiously there in the vortex of battle. There the Boeotians and Frigidonians and Locrians, Parthians and proud Athenians had their hands full trying to repel Hector's attack on their ships. Hector was like a bright flame and could not be stopped, not even by the Athenian elite, whose captain was Menteus, Petius' son, and who had with him men like Verdas, Stricus, and valiant Bias. The Athenians were led by Mericus, son of Peleus, and by Amphius and Dracius, and the Pythians by Merton, the steady Podarches. Medon was a bastard son of Olyus and Ajax's brother, but he lived in Phalas, far from his homeland, because he had killed a relative of Euryopis, his stepmother, whom Olyus had married. Paracares was Epheclus, son of Phacus' grandson, armed and in the front of Athenian forces. They fought alongside the Boeotians to defend their ships. Oileus' other son, the swift Ajax, was inseparable from Telamonian Ajax and would not leave his side even for an instant. A team of oxen with faces dark as wine strained together at the jointed plow, pulling it through a field that has not been worked in years. Sweat oozes up from the roots of their horns, and only the polished yoke holds them apart as they cut the furrow to the field's far edge. The two Ajaxes stood side by side in battle. Telamonian Ajax had his cadres with him, and there were always someone to relieve him of his heavy shield when he began to tire. But the Locrians, commanded by Olean Ajax, were not at his side. They were not trained to stand and fight at close range, nor equipped. They had no bronze, plumed helmets, nor shields, nor ash wood spears, but thrusting to the bows and twisted wool slings they had brought when they followed him to Troy. They now shot thick and fast, trying to break the Trojan lines. In the front, Hector, in the front, troops in full battle gear engaging Hector and his Trojans. In the rear, archers and the Trojans, confounded by their arrows, were loosing the will to fight. They would have been beaten miserably from the beachhead camp back to Ilion had not Polydamas approached Hector and said, Hector, you are a different man to persuade, because Zeus has made you preeminent in war. You want to excel in council too, but you can't have everything. Zeus makes one man warrior, another dancer, another singer, and in another's heart he puts wisdom, by which many profit, and which saves many, as the god himself knows best. So I will say to you what seems best to me. All around you blazes a ring of war. The Trojans have passed over the wall, but some are standing on the sidelines, and others are fighting in skirmishes throughout the ships against superior numbers. Let's fall back and regroup, weigh our options, and decide whether to attack the ships. in hope of victory from the god or at least a safe retreat. As for myself, I fear the Greeks will pay us back for yesterday. He is still waiting back there. He loves to fight. He won't sit out the whole war. This seemed like sound advice to Hector. He leapt to the ground with his gear, and his words flew to Polydamas. Draw back all our best and keep them here while I go off to pass the world. I'll be back as fast as I can. And he went off like an avalanche down a mountain, speeding through the Trojans and their allies, and shouting as he went. In the sound of his voice, they all went back toward Polydamas. Hector moved up to the fighters at the very front. He was looking for Deliphobus, for Helenus, for Adamas, and Adamas' father Aseus had hardly found them unscathed. They were either dead beside the Greek ships or nursing wounds inside the city walls. He did find Paris, though, Helen's lord, urging on his men at the left side of battle, and started in on him with abusive epithets. Paris, you desperate, parading pretty boy, where is the Phoebus when and where is Helenus and Adamas' father Aseus, and where is Atithornus? Troy is doomed. The whole towering city is as good as gone. And Paris, who could have passed for a god. I see you're in a testy mood, Hector. I may have held back from battle before, but not now. My mother didn't raise a total weakling. If ever since you started this attack on the ships, we've been right here engaging the Greeks. As for our comrades you're asking about, they're dead, except for Diaphobos and Helenus, who have gone off with their spear wounds in their arms, saved by Zeus from death. Now lead on wherever you will, and we will follow. I don't think you will find us lacking in determination, and we will fight to the best of our ability. No man can do more. Spoken like a hero, Hector calmed them down, and they plunged into the brutal eye of combat, which was around Cebriones and Polydamas, and Phorcys and Atreus, godlike Polyphertes, Ascanius and Mori, son of Hippotion. These had come from Ascania's farmland the morning before as replacement troops, and now Zeus roused them on to battle. Aching winds swept down to the ground under rolling thunder from the patriarch Zeus and then clashed with the sea. The water moans and is whipped into wave after wave of arching, seething breakers capped with white foam. The Trojans kept coming rank out and rank, flashing with bronze behind their captains. Hector, son of Priam, led them all, and he was like the war god himself. Behind his balanced shield, thick with hide and layered with welded bronze, and on his head the crest of his helm rippled in shining wind. He kept testing the Greek lines here and there to see if they would yield before him as he came on behind his shield, but the Greeks didn't flinch. Then big Ajax strode forward. Come closer, sweetheart. No need to be coy. We're not exactly inexperienced in war, you know. It was Zeus who whipped us before. I'm sure you'd like to rip our ships apart, but be just as sure we have hands to defend them. Your city with all its people will likely fall, a lot sooner captured by us and plundered. As for you, a day will be soon here when you pray to Zeus and all immortals for your combed horses to outfly falcons and take you through the dusty plain of Troy. His words were not out before a bird flew past on the right, a high soaring eagle. The Archaeans shouted, taking heart at the omen, but Hector answered him, you bumbling ox, what a stupid thing to say. I wish it were as certain that I were Zeus' son and head of my mother, that I were honored equally with Apollo and Athena, as it is that this day will bring doom to every last Greek, and you among them, killed by my long spear. If you have guts to wait for it to pierce your lily white skin, and leave your larded flesh to glut the dogs and birds of Troy after you have fallen amid the ships. With that he led the charge, followed by Trojans shrieking at the top of their lungs. The Greeks answered with cries of their own, digging in their heels as Troy's best came on, and the noise from both armies blended together and rose through the air to the brightness of Zeus. And that concludes the 13th book in the Iliad, translated by Stanley Lombardo. And as it is 10:21, happy Mother's Day. And thank you to all of everybody who helped moderate and keep a clean chat. Thank you for positivity in that mode. Thank you for comments. If you have any ideas or you would like to chat or have any questions or would like to reach out personally in any way, feel free to reach me at setchra@yahoo.com. That's SETCHRA @yahoo.com. Most definitely. Thanks for all the positive comments in there. I appreciate all that, guys. It's definitely appreciate that. So yes, Donna Dake Hawaii. Until we see you next time.